Okay, well, thank you all for coming, virtually that is. And this is our CMRP prep class, trying to get you ready to take the test. So the two speakers are myself and Laura Johnson, and this tells you a little bit about us. We come from diverse backgrounds, and we're here to help you. So the test itself is 110 questions. 100 are scored. They're all multiple choice. And then 10 are trial questions. So they'll put questions in that they might want to use in the future. If they score statistically out, then they'll include them in future versions of the test. So you have no idea which, going through the test, which 100 are your scored questions and which 10 are the trial test questions. Some tips is leave questions and come back to them if time's available. You don't want to spend 5 minutes working on this question and miss the opportunity to answer 10 questions. That would do more harm to your score. You might get that one right, but you only get 1 point, but then you miss out on the questions that you didn't get a chance to answer. There is no penalty for guessing. There's a time button in the lower right-hand corner that shows your clock to how much time you have. You have 2 hours to take the test. Be forewarned, if you're one of those people that would bother you, you can click on it and it will be hidden, so you won't have to see it. Other people love to see that and make sure they're working on the schedule. So whichever way it is, you're free to set it that way. There are 5 content areas in the test. There's procurement and value analysis, which is a total of 28 questions. Every question on the test is either a recall or an application. Recall is simply, remembering what does LIFO stand for. An application question is, here's a group of inventory, figure out what the LIFO value would be. So in procurement and value analysis, there are 10 recall and 18 application. Next category is inventory distribution. There's 10 recall and 15 application. Information systems and data management. There are 3 recall and 6 application. Finance has 16 questions, 10 are recall and 6 are application. And then we get to strategic planning, leadership, and compliance, which has a total of 22 questions, 10 are recall and 12 are application. There are lots of resources galore for you to use to study for the test. What you need to decide is learning preference and areas of focus. By taking the test that we sent out in advance, you can score it at the end and see how you did versus what the answers were. And then you can see, oh, geez, I'm a little behind in inventory, so I need to concentrate on that. But I've got the procurement stuff down. I got every procurement question correct. So you need to know what areas you need to focus on. The AHA Certification Center has resources through their website and through the Candidate Handbook and Self-Assessment Exam. AHRMM has lots of resources through their website and some frequently asked questions. They have a online course of 6 classes of that, which is separate from this prep class, and they produce the review guide, which is available in a hard copy or book. And then from this class, you're going to get these PowerPoint handouts. You're going to get 110 practice questions with answer key and a study and plan calendar, okay? And the first category is procurement and product value analysis. And I'm going to turn that over to Laura to go through. And I'm trying to move the ball, but it was really easy. I don't know how to do it because it's an alphabetical list and she's all the way down at the L's. I'm sorry, I need some help. Thank you. Laura?
Looks like I'm on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
The saying of 2020. Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to see your faces here on the screen and see the list of names here of those of you that are interested in achieving your CMRP. As a nurse for 30 years before coming into the supply chain side of the house, it was always very prideful for us to get certifications because it really displayed that we had gone above and beyond and really strive to learn more about how to take care of patients and deliver patient care. And when I became a supply chain professional, the first thing I sought out was, what's the certification? What's my aim? Where do I need to be shooting for the stars here within the supply chain world? And CMRP was the first step. So kudos to you all for taking time today to start that first step for you too. I assume everyone on the phone has their 3 years experience with their associated degrees that are needed to be able to set the exam already or within the next 6 months. That puts you at a real good period to start studying for the exam. And for those of you all that have all of your time in and are ready to apply for the exam, just a little kudo out there that AHRMM scholarship is now open to apply for. Melissa, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that hit last week.
It just ended last week. So
it ended last week. I am so sorry. Well, my life's been crazy. I knew it was right around now, so we should have got this call on last week, but that will be happening again unless something weird changes with COVID. I always lay that out there because we never know the impact going forward with dealing with that, but there's usually an opportunity for you to apply for a scholarship twice a year, and that scholarship would cover the cost of your examination for you. So keep that in mind. If you're a member, you get a really good discount as well. That I think it's almost half price if you're a member. The test is about that discount amount. And I'm going to flip back to one of the slides that Preston was on just a second ago, just to give some more color to this. Do you all know how to show your hands over in your participation list? I see yours, Chuck. Those on the list up here. Yeah, I see a few blinking around there. Show me your hand if you're currently in procurement. You work anywhere in your organization in the procurement. I see Tiffany, Mahler, C. Dunham, Nakina, several there in procurement. How about value analysis? How many folks do value analysis? Okay, so we have 5-ish in value analysis. How about those of you that work in inventory distribution piece? That's your area expertise. And I see a few of you guys that work in a lot, so you're going to be good. Information. Who's your MMIS people at your organization? Do we have any of those experts on the call? Nakia, I hope I'm saying that right, and Mia. Okay. Finance. Is there anybody specifically like a financial manager for supply chain? Okay, we have Bill, Leah, and Nakia. And then strategic planning, leadership, and development. I think we all do that all day long, but anyone in a specific role that's their growth. Hi, Harold Dillon. I see you're out there. Sean, Chuck, good deal. Okay. Now, of the group here, how many of you cover material? You cover linen selection as part of your job? We have a couple. How about sterile processing? Okay. So in our group of 30-some today, we see we have probably no more than 4 or 5 that do any specific role that we're going to be talking about today. And the reason I go through this is that you may want to become friends after this class or develop friends at your organizations that know these areas that you don't know. It's hard to be an expert on everything here, but it's good to have a really good breadth of understanding because you'll be tested on the test by these numbers. So if you only know value analysis and that's your expertise and you think you've got it all, you may read through the guidebook one time and say, oh, I'm good to go. But I don't know anything about information systems. I know they hand me my sheets out of PeopleSoft, and you may want to go talk to your IT folks working with you to help get more in-depth knowledge. Take the guidebook, explain that to them. So, Chuck, I see you asked what the passing score is. You have to answer 70 questions correctly. You're given 110 questions on the exam. 10 of those questions are practice questions that would be used on future exams. So if you were lucky and missed all the practice questions that don't count, you could miss a total of 39 questions on the exam and still pass. Okay. Any thoughts on that before I get started? I just wanted to give you that good overview of we're covering all this stuff in strategic planning, leadership, and all that. We're going to talk about sterile processing. We're going to talk about linen selection. We're going to talk about EPA, how it impacts things, and some governmental stuff that you just have to have a good base understanding to be able to pass the exam. The CMRP is for that professional that's really understands a lot about supply chain, okay? The whole gamut of supply chain. And you can start waving at me if I get lost. No, you can start waving at me.
Laura, this is
class. Have a nice day.
Laura, this
yes.
is Selena. Could you please indicate and Preston what slide you're on so that those who are unable to see the screen can follow along with the presentation?
Sure. So we are back at slide 6, starting at the procurement and product value analysis section, which is where Preston handed it off to me, and then I had to digress. So in this session, you'll have 28 questions. So out of 110, 28 is a big chunk of it. So if you don't know this area, likely you need to spend some time here. You'll have 10 recall questions that are just, this is stuff that you should know that's pretty common. It's written black and white. There's not a lot of thinking about it. It's more memorization or something quick that you should be able to pull out. And then you'll have 18 application questions, and those can come from anywhere. They're real-life scenarios that you'll have to pick out what the best answer is. And if you've not taken a standardized test in a long time, this is where we're going to start talking to you as we go through this whole program to help you prepare to take that standardized test. And no matter what we do, we're not going to guarantee you pass it. We're just going to help increase your percentage of being successful. And our goal is for you to be successful. So let's dive into purchasing managers. And this is on slide 7. This is information straight out of that the AHRMM study guide. And if you have not purchased that, I highly recommend that you do. We take most of what you're going to hear today out of that book. We try to condense it in these slides to give you a quick, easy study. But there's more information in the book to go with this than we could possibly go over in 2 hours. So this is just a high-level review of what's in that book. Purchasing managers' roles. Take care of all kind of type of acquisitions. Those include equipment, services, and goods. The ultimate goal is to have the right product at the right place, at the right time, and at the right price. See how we're tying in the value analysis piece of life now more and more too with common day work. What's the materials manager's responsibilities? Make good decisions about all those things we just said they did. We have to make sure they have good supply purchase decisions, have good service purchase decisions, good equipment purchase decisions, make good decisions based on the budget. And sometimes that's hard when you're looking at the operational and the capital, but it all goes together. And then all those decisions need to be made on the fiscal strategy of the organization. Slide 8, purchasing job task. So we're not asked just to procure goods anymore. We're asked to manage the vendors. So our vendor credentialing systems normally report up to materials management because that's where the folks are checking in and out of most all the time. Your organization may also have a security component tied to that or risk management component tied to it. And then information systems in your organization would be needed to help set that up. There should always be a BAA in place for that. And then the types of things your vendor credentialing system is checking should align with your state requirements as well as any local governmental requirements for folks to be in and out of your hospital. And I know COVID's shaking things up a lot in this world too. When you're taking this test hasn't been rewritten for COVID. So use your pre-COVID mindset. I'm sure that'll come in the future, but for right now, if you're taking it in the next 6 months, I'm pretty positive it won't change. Right, Shana? It's not scheduled to change within that time period. So process management. That's where we're going to make sure that we're able to pay our bills and we keep AP on it, because the vendors who they're going to fuss at. They're going to fuss at material management if they're not getting paid. So we have to monitor all that closely and make sure that we're getting the greatest value for the money of the organization spent. And then keep all your adequate financial controls in place. We often negotiate rebates as part of contracts because they can be good add-ons for us when we've got our vendors on our commodities down to the lowest possible price, but we might get a rebate. Well, that's all and good on paper, but if no one's following up with the vendor and no one's following up with the materials management piece each quarter to make sure that you met your rebate criteria and you're getting that check, then it's just wasted paper. So make sure you keep that going. Track all your admin fees with your GPOs, and then make sure that you're using the credit back to the appropriate departments if that's applicable. And then materials management over the last 10, 12 years, in my experience, has now taken a more leading role in helping clinicians find resources. I see that shift across the country as I'm out and about. The doctors are now coming to supply chain or someone in the supply chain to say, I need, instead of, hey, this vendor gave me this and I want. So that's a great change in us. So just be aware of how we have changed the internal, we're becoming more involved in all that. We are asked to work on lean projects frequently in the hospital sessions to work out workflows and help save money. And then value analysis has often been placed within the supply chain hierarchy to help lead savings and ensure quality of goods. So what is the purchasing process sequence? We fill out our requisitions, send it into process, we source it, we negotiate, and then we order it. Sorry, I keep losing my place to advance the slide. And did I skip anything? Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm just having a little trouble with my thumbnails over here. My computer doesn't like doing it this way. Okay, now we are on slide 11, talking about requisition types. So a lot of these are not being used so much anymore, but they're all in the book that makes them all eligible to be on that examination. So like several things that Preston and I will talk you through today, it's more of a just make sure you're aware. The more census that you use, you hear it, you see it, you write it down like in notes, the likelihood that you'll remember it. So just know these are the different kind of requisitions and have an idea of when one might be better over another. So An end-user request usually comes in for stocked products or non-stocked to be ordered. A stock requisition is a request of products from the storeroom. It can be sent down manually or electronically. So that could be a nurse bringing a list down for the supply room and leaving it at Central Sterile for the tech to fill up to deliver at any time. So non-stock requisition order from a distributor or direct, and that can be manual or electronic. And then you have a traveling requisition. And this is used to purchase stock and non-stock item repeat items. And they're not usually used for non-repeating items. So in this scenario, I think of the emergency room running out of, has a school bus accident and they need more crutches. So they ran over to the supply room and left them a list of crutches for them to deliver as quickly as they could get it back over there. And then your procurement card, P cards. A lot of companies still use P cards to allow department leaders to go out and buy things for their department as they see fit. Disadvantages of this is that we don't really have a whole lot of oversight of what's being purchased and how that might impact contracts. Managers are held to dollar criteria for that, but oftentimes I'm seeing those go away. There's been times that we purchase Christmas trees for our nursing unit, and then the fire inspector said, no, you can't have that. So things, if they're purchased through the right route, make it a little bit easier in the end run. And then electronic requisition, usually created online by the recs, and they're routed purchases via the MMIS station. And purchase orders. POs are offered to purchase goods. They're sent electronically and are legally binding. POs are contractually binding if accepted by the seller. And if the sale agreed differ from the PO terms, you can either automatically cancel the other or monitor to ensure the facility receives a consistent value.
Hey, Laura. We have a question from Chuck about, he's asking about, can you talk more about the traveling requisition?
So traveling requisition. And my example was just the nurse running down to take her paper requisition to the supply room for some goods that she would need later in the day. I don't think that happens a whole lot anymore, but it does if things aren't kept well stocked. Preston, do you want to add an example to that?
Yeah, traveling requisitions. I started on traveling requisitions, and they were 5x8 index cards, and you would mark down. They would mark down how many you wanted, and you would mark down the PO number and return it to them. But you're right; they've pretty much faded from existence. But some smaller hospitals that don't have an adequate MMIS system are still using them, and so that's why they're still on the test.
So, and check, a differentiator in a question might be that would not be electronic because it indicates the person's taking it somewhere. It's on paper. Okay, and the thing on purchase orders we want you guys to really understand is that once those are sent through and accepted by the seller, they're legally binding. So that puts you at a point that you have to accept the goods when they arrive. So that's where we're going to talk a little bit more about a buyer that's bought way too much stuff on another scenario. But that's why it's very, very, very crucial that your buyers are very exact when they're putting your orders in and make sure that the unit of measures are listed correctly. because once it goes in, you're going to buy it. So this is a list of the things that the purchase orders include: item, catalog number, quantity, unit price, payment terms, freight terms, delivery info, PO date, PO number, and signature. So all those are important to make sure you get your goods. What types of special orders, purchase orders are out there? And again, some of these sound a little antiquated too, because we all use our MMIS and EDI to order things a lot more today. But you should still need to have a really good overall understanding of these. So a standing order. That's when you're going to buy bulk items with a fixed usage. Quantity to be delivered and start in date. So with that one, I'm going to think about air filters for your hospital. They're going to order, they have 90 20 by 20 air filters that they need to change every 3 months. So that it's a very predictable, very concise. Sorry, my dog's here in the trash truck go by. Very predictable, very precise order. They need it on time to do their job. So that's a good example of a standing order. A blanket order. This one is a fixed annual quantity or price that's already been pre-negotiated. The price is set before the first shipment, and it eliminates any additional RECs or POs. Each delivery billed at a PO price. Now, Preston, this is the one I normally say is like a construction. Am I correct on that? I've set up, I need windows or...
Yeah, that works.
Okay. So I know in my building that I'm working on, I'm going to need 25 windows. I don't have room for them all to be stored here. I'm going to pre-negotiate. I'm going to schedule them, and they're going to deliver them as one PO coming in, but just not at one time. And then the open order, pre-negotiated, no fixed price, on demand, eliminates additional POs and RECs, rarely includes any PO detail lines, and it's used for non-medical, non-contract items. And that should be replace your P card, or the P card replace the open order, I mean. Any examples on that one, Preston?
An open order might be, in my neck of the woods, salt. You know, I'm going to set a price, and I'm going to take delivery throughout the year, but I don't know how much I'm going to need for the whole year. So I'm going to leave that as an open order.
So then at that point, they're going to charge you only what you actually used at the end of the year.
Correct.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay.
Well,
we have some questions, I see.
Okay.
Reagents could be a blanket order, or they could be a standing order that you're going to get these reagents on a regular schedule.
Yes.
So I've done more standing orders for reagents than blanket orders, but it could fall under the blanket order category. Reagent rental agreement would be like a standing order normally, because that's when stuff is coming in on a regular basis. Let's see what else we got. How are blanket orders different than standing orders? You know, that's a good question. You got an answer for that one, Laura?
Read it again. I was trying to get.
Can you explain how standing orders are different?
Different than blanket orders. It's my understanding that standing orders are going to be delivered on a regular schedule. Blanket orders are going to be delivered on demand. So I finished with that group of windows. I need you to go ahead and bring me the next group.
Okay. And the next question was basically, when do you use a standing versus a blanket? I think we covered that, hopefully, Shirley.
Yeah, I think it's I need it on a set schedule. That's when I'm going to use the standing order. You know, I'm going to use the same products all the time. I just don't need them in my way all the time, like my air filters. A lot of the facilities folks would do that. If you're working in laundry and linen and you have a pretty good prediction that you're going to have to buy 20 sets of scrubs every 3 months because you know that's the number that usually disappear, you can put those on a standing order. Detergent for your washers, things in sterile processing that you know are very consistent in utilization, then you can set those up on standing orders.
We had a comment from Chuck that said standing orders don't have set prices, correct? Many times standing orders do have a set price.
Mm-hmm. They do have. Yeah. Pre-negotiated.
It would be an open order that had no fixed price, because I think of an open order. We had open orders with the local lumber yard that the guys could go and pick as what they needed. Back before that lumber yard had a credit card program, and they would just pick what they needed. They would drop the slips off to us. We'd put them on a PO, and then they would get paid. And we'd use that same open order for the whole month or for the whole year, depending on which vendor it was. So, yeah, open orders are like a blank check. That's really what Sean said, and he's very correct on that.
And that's why they were replaced by P cards. Now you just send your facility guy down there with the P card to get the salt, and you're done.
Okay. You can move on now.
Okay. Sorry, guys. I didn't have the chat opened up over there, so I'll try to keep eye on it better. So other types of purchase orders. Well, we can phone, fax, mail, and EDI orders in now. So we do phone some in still yet, but it's still the least effective, and there's no real tracking. But you could do it in an emergency and when you need immediate confirmation. So if it's one of those last-minute things you need for the OR, sometimes picking up the phone is the best way to do it. Fax is less time, and I don't know anyone that's still faxing right now, so there may be some of you that are, but haven't seen a fax machine in use in a long time. Mail very infrequently. I don't know if anyone, if you're doing that, raise your hand out there. If you're sending mail orders in now. And then EDI. Most everybody's going to EDI at this point. It's most efficient. It's most reliable. The drawback is not all suppliers accept it at this point, even though they are coming along now. So again, know with these purchase orders, no matter how you submit them, once the seller accepts it, then it's a legally binding agreement that you're going to buy the goods that you ask for. And someone mail is when they need a hard copy signed most often, more, or going via email or fax. Yes. Okay. Any questions there? We'll go on to the next page. I feel like I missed something. Okay, there we go. Freight terms. So I'm a little dyslexic, so freight terms are a really big challenge for me in getting these all down pat, because when I went into supply chain and I sat my CMRP exam, I have been in supply chain just over 3 years, and I was in a value analysis role working with MMIS very closely for an organization. So I felt comfortable in value analysis and the goods part of it. and the MMIS, but when I started looking at contracts and they were just listed FOB, I'm like, well, what is that? So that's how naive I was when I first took this exam, and I had to really work on these because, again, a little dyslexia will mess you up when you look at some of these things. So what we really need to know is who pays the freight and when the title's passed and who files the claim. That's the important part. The free makes you kind of want to do the emphasize on, I don't want to pay for it, but there's so much more involved in this than that. So free or FOB destination is the most advantageous for the hospital setting. In this case, the supplier pays all the freight, the supplier files damage claims, and the ownership of the good transfers to the facility when it arrives at the facility. So the part about the ownership, if the product is broken or lost or damaged on the way, in this scenario, then the hospital doesn't have to do anything. The seller, supplier, would have to file insurance to get a claim on that. So in this case, everything's good for the hospital. They're just waiting on a delivery. So we go down to the FOB shipping point. This is the one that is most advantageous for the supplier. At the product, as it gets ready to go, is paid for by the facility. The facility has to file for any damages if anything happens because the title transfers when it leaves the manufacturer. And that ownership then puts all of the onus on the purchaser to file any claims if there are issues. So FOB destination is best for hospitals. FOB shipping point is best for the seller. And then we have two other alternatives. FOB destination, prepay and add. In this one, the supplier pays freight but adds it back to the facility's invoice, so ultimately the facility pays for the shipping. But the supplier keeps ownership until the product arrives at the facility. So the supplier would then have to file damage claims. So that's kind of meet in the middle. I'll take responsibility for the product till you get it, but you're going to pay me for shipping once it's there. And then FOB shipping point freight allowed is when the ownership transfers when shipped and the facility files damage claims and the supplier reimburses all the freight. That just sounds like a hassle. I'm going to pay the freight. It's going to get here. I'm going to say it's okay, and then I'm going to pay you back the freight. So I don't know how much that one's used. But be familiar with these and understand when one might be better than the other. Any questions? Okay. Payment terms, and I'm on slide 17. Payment terms can be used as a way to reduce costs, and they should always be negotiated when you're looking at contracts for supplies or services. Your standard terms are listed there as net 30, net 45, 60. Discount terms, you may have a net 30, 2% reduction if 10. Just know that you can work those in and often save your organization some money if your organization is in a point financially that they can be consistent with payments and pay on time or early. And then other terms you need to be familiar with in the payment world is capital. Capital often offers progressive terms with the final payment on clinical acceptance. So an example of that would be buying a large CT scanner that only half of your physicians were able to see in action, and you wanted to go ahead and purchase it, have it set up in your organization But those other two physicians had to use it and clinically accept it before you could finally turn the money over and make it a done deal. Any questions about that? And we're not even getting deep into the capital build. If you're building a whole new building, that's exciting too. So.
I have a question of that. This is Bobby Stone. So on the I'm actually calling from Beth Israel. What did you tell me?
Excuse me, I'm the copy, Bobby. Hi, sorry about that. Laura, could you mute your line when somebody's talking? I think that might be an issue. I think she's saying okay, and go ahead, Bobby.
Okay, so on the clinical acceptance piece, is there ever a point in which you cut the capital PO, goes to the doctors, and next thing you know, a couple of the doctors actually don't want it? Is there normally a negotiated restocking fee for the capital item to go back to the location, to the vendor? Is that normally negotiated?
It normally is negotiated up front and explained to the physicians.
Thank you. It seems self-explanatory, but I just wanted clarification.
No, and if you can figure out how to get them to do it without a restocking fee, you let me know. I mean, it costs a lot to bring those in, so there's cost involved in that type of scenario. Okay, we'll go on to rights of possession. Who owns what? The owner of the goods was sent for service or repair. So goods were then sold instead of returned to the owner, and supplier can be liable. Reprocessing contracts normally can sell. Okay, so this whole thing about rights of ownership, I used a scenario back from the days that I was a manager in a GI lab, and we were constantly sending out endoscopy scopes because they would get abused and they needed to go out for repair, something beyond what we could do in-house. So let's have the thought that I just bought a new $36,000 bronchoscopy scope, and the doctor tweaked it a little bit and broke a wire, and I had to call in my third-party vendor to have him take it to repair. I waited 2 weeks, and my bronchoscope's not back, so I started calling my vendor to do a quick check on it, and oops, they sold my bronchoscopy scope. My bronchoscope is gone. It was new. It only been used a couple of times. So the supplier had to replace mine with another brand new bronchoscopy scope. He was held liable for misplacing my good. And then where they're saying the reprocessing contracts normally can sell, that's talking about your products that your pulse oximetries and things that's normally being picked up. You're not expected to get that same item back all the time.
Hey, we were pointing out the slides.
I'm not doing good. Oh, wrongful rejection. There we go. Okay, good deal. Thank you, because these are some of my favorite ones. Failure to supply. So failure to supply, it's an interesting concept. We have in this day and age, it's a real interesting concept. We have a contract with Company X that we're going to buy 100,000 boxes of exam gloves in 4 different sizes to meet our needs. And COVID hits, and oh my gosh, they can't give us those gloves. So as a buyer, we have options. We can purchase the requirements from someone else, from another vendor. If the cost of those goods is more expensive from the other vendor, than our contract was with our first vendor, then we can go to our first vendor and ask them to pay the difference, that upcharge that we're being forced to pay because they could not fulfill their contractual agreement. Or we could sue the supplier for lost time and ordinary damages, and we can collect damages of a conceptual and special or punitive nature from the supplier. Now, do we do that? Most often not, because we want to build really good relationships with our suppliers. But there are cases where there's been negligence that may bode well. Now, the next slide is talking about product liability and warranties. So on this slide, you need to know that a product liability is an obligation by law. The manufacturers are obligated to make sure that the products are safe. It applies not only to the manufacturer, but to the merchants, the marketeers, the manufacturers, the consumer. So it's our responsibility to make sure the product's safe and it's used safely as the directions for use or DFUs. Both manufacturing and facility can be liable if a product creates harm. So be careful what you plug in. Make sure you plug it in the right place. And warranties. Suppliers' responsibility to provide goods of good quality and usability. They're legally enforced to sell of goods only, not services. So make sure you remember that warranties do not cover services. And only the manufacturer can issue or extend. It doesn't tell you what the salesperson in the room told you. It has to be on paper for you to have a real warranty or to extend that warranty. And any implied warranty exists due to the circumstance of the sale. Express warranty directly relates to a sale and is a promise or fact and usually is in writing. Wrongful rejection. This is where we want to go back to that legally binding PO that we talked about earlier. If a delivery is complete, the goods arrive, packing slip is signed. Occasionally the buyers will say, I need to reject the products or goods and fail to pay, or they reject the equipment and fail to pay. The supplier has several options then. They can withhold the delivery, sell goods to someone else, or sue for damages. In the good of the transfer, they can divert to another buyer. And if the buyer is bankrupt, then they can take those goods and sell them to pay what the buyer owes them. So let me give you an example. In one of my past lives, we were doing a colostomy conversion. So went from one brand from another. As you all know, the flanges and the bags from one brand to another don't work, so we had to have a very hard stop conversion. 27 nursing units that had to have products projected to fill the shelf for what we were going to take out, and a sweep of the entire house on one day. I promise you, weeks of calculations had gone on that to make sure we were ordering enough goods for each of those nursing unit areas, as well as a small amount to be in our storeroom, as well as in our distribution DC, to make sure we didn't have a lapse of goods for our patients in that area. Weeks working with our distributor and everyone else. And like 3 days before our goods were to arrive, we had a notice from our distributor that they thought our calculations were incorrect. So instead of ordering eaches, which we were doing in a low unit of measure environment for all the nursing units, the buyer had converted all those to boxes. So it was like $250,000 more supplies than we needed. They were already in transit from the manufacturer on the way to the distributor. The manufacturer would not take those back, but we were able to work with our distributor who dispersed them to other sister DCs across the country, and we only ended up with a little excess. So the bottom line is we could not refuse to accept those goods because we could have been sued for damage and all that. So it's just a reminder of how everybody has to be careful with the unit of measure when you're putting in large orders like that, or things can get sideways really, really quick. Rights of possession. Owner of goods, we already covered that one. Okay, unconscionable acts. An unfair sales contract is one-sided, unreasonable, and it has many defects, but unfortunately it's not illegal. Claims can be heard under the UCC, so remember that little tidbit there. And these are kind of like just crazy contracts. They're not written really well. If you read them, you know there's big missing parts, but they're signed, so they're still valid contracts. The UCC tries to fill it in with standard language, which is written in the UCC, and we'll learn a little bit more about that later. Bailment, equipment rental, for a patient away from the facility. If a patient's injured due to a defect of the equipment, the facility can be held liable. Bailment protects suppliers when a facility has possession of supplier's equipment. Facility responsible for safeguard of goods. So way back in the day, I don't know how all you guys are and girls, but I'm that old, that when we first started using wound vacs here in East Tennessee, we would get them from downstairs. We would get them all secured on our patients. We would call home health to set up visits for when they're home. And we would send them home with our wound vac from the hospital. And then we just hoped they brought it back into the hospital when they didn't need it anymore. So we don't do that anymore. We call a third-party vendor who goes into the home, who is licensed to do that, not just with the nurse being in there, but has home equipment that's certified to be in the home. And bailment's the reason. If that patient had taken home the wound vac from the hospital and plugged it in and got electrocuted because the device was faulty, burned their house down, the hospital would be liable for all of that. So that just helps you understand now why we wait and we let the DME companies bring the DME out and let them do their magic. Okay, I'm on slide 23 now, or 24. Legal aspects of purchasing. These are just a few. We're going to cover a few more later on, but a few to start getting you familiar with. The not-for-profit and cooperative enterprise, which was established in 1968, allowed not-for-profit facilities to engage in cooperative enterprises. And then the Robinson-Patman Act prohibits sellers from engaging in price discrimination. This is definitely one you'll want to remember. And it's about it includes your own use clause, so things that you're going to use in your facility for your own use. And then UCC, this covers all states except Louisiana because they still work on their Neapolitan laws and did not accept UCC, but it coordinates all state laws and sales and other commercial transactions. And this is where it allows the contracts with missing provisions to be filled in with terms on this agreement. And its ultimate goal is to seek uniformity across the contract. And that's where the PO is not legally binding until accepted by a seller came in. Okay, let's talk about negotiation styles. And when we're talking about contracting, we know we have several different ways to approach that, but these are the ones that are identified in your book and that you should be aware of. So Adversarial method. I am going to win at all costs. I know I'm right. I know you guys have dealt with people like that. It doesn't matter what you do, you're not going to win them over. And you just have to let them have their way, or you have to walk away. Concessionary is that opposite of it. I'm going to give in to you. I'm going to lose to preserve the relationship. I want to make sure that we continue in good form. And they will lose to gain concession for something that they find more valuable with you. And then the win-win. This offers the preferred outcome, especially when building long-term relationships. It delivers the longest value over time. It's where I may have to sacrifice a little bit to meet you in the middle of the road to get what I need to get you what you need. And this helps us build much better long-term relationships with our vendors as well. Value adds that should always be considered when you're looking at contracts. It's additional training provided to my clinical staff if this is a new piece of equipment. Can I get an extended warranty added onto that device as a value add? What's the supplier provide services as incentives? Are they going to come in and help us re-educate on equipment or help educate the PMs and things like that? In addition to other contracted incentives, what can you add on? Consulting services, maintenance programs, trade-in incentives. Yeah, this other piece of equipment is just going to be collecting dust. What can you give me for that? And many others. Do not be shy about trying to figure out what your organization needs with your vendor partners and how you might be able to get that. Convince them that you need it. Bear with me as I slide the slides a little bit more. There we go. Measuring supplier performance. Yes, this has become a big role of supply chain over the last 10, 12 years. If you have a tool that helps log in your visitors, your supplier visitors, you may or may not be using that tool to the best of its ability. But those tools usually give you an opportunity for internal customer service review, where your clinicians could go to the tool and click in a view of that rep for Stryker and say, he was the nicest guy today, and then the next day the other rep for Stryker was on my last nerve. He kept standing outside my door and huffing and barging in and out, and I was afraid he would mess up my sterile field. Sometimes it's great to use those as part of your customer service. You're also going to judge them on pricing. Are they being consistent with what they're doing? Is the rebates being calculated and brought into you as you had negotiated, like for quarterly business reviews? Are all the service fees in line to what you contracted? If you're needing service performed, are they getting to you timely? And are they quickly fixing your needs and leaving? And are all the pricing invoices accurate? And if not, are the problem solving being supported? Good deal, Chuck. Since supply chain operation relies heavily on the performance of suppliers, we have to be proactive in tracking the performance of them. Absolutely good statement. They become a member of us when they're in our hospitals. So capital purchasing. So the process here is a little bit different than just your commodity purchasing or even purchasing for purchase services goods. So the process is just spelled out here in a simple: budgeting, product selection, negotiation, contracting, PO creation, and receiving. But we know that can take 6 to a year to get your key stakeholders in the room and plan correctly. Capital projects are normally more complex and costly, requires a strategic budgeting and planning, and you normally need that key stakeholder team, which is normally called a tech team or tech committee in this case. And that would be a team developed specifically to look at that capital project. Say it's a new MRI unit or CT unit, all that. So usually includes equipment with a life expectancy over 3 years and have a dollar threshold determined by the health system. Now, I've seen, and Preston and I've talked about this too, we've seen that expectation in numerous amounts. I worked at one organization that capital was anything over $500. I worked at another capital anything over $200. I worked at one that says capital is anything that's usable after the first 12 months. So you just have to make sure you check with your organization on what they consider to be capital and follow that. Bulk buys, bids, RFIs, RFPs. Bulk buys are great if you have the space to store the goods and if you know you're going to get to use the goods and if it fits within your budget. So when I was the material director here in Knoxville at Fort Sanders Regional, one of our goals for the year was to reduce our on-hand budget by 10%. It didn't sound like a huge goal, but we had stuff spread everywhere, and it was the goal came to us 6 months before the end of the year. So we were down about 15%, and one of the OR buyers accidentally bought $180,000 of antibiotic cement and killed our goal. She didn't check first, so the moral of the story is make sure your budget's right, because we really didn't need to spend that money on that in December or late December just to make sure that rep got his last quarter goal met, you know. So make sure you're buying bulk buys for what you need and your physician's not going to leave the next week. Bids, formal requests for pricing, comparable goods, RFIs, you're sending it out. It may follow up with the RFP or it may not. Usually you're out there getting information, getting ready to set up something that would be comparative so you could do a full RFI. And then the RFP is the full comprehensive bid process with comprehensive documents showing the value for everything the company offers. And then special considerations, we often are pulled into green initiatives now, specific needs. It's no longer just your one-size population fits all. We're looking at peds, geriatrics, bariatrics. You're looking at GPOs, LNCs. You're also looking at regional buying coalitions. Don't forget clinical efficacy. You got to put that in there too. Look at your cost quality outcomes to make sure you're getting the products at the highest value. And then cost control strategies, utilize analysis of supplies and materials, comparing cost of supplies used for specific body types or patient types. You're going to want to make sure that you're in control of these things. You're looking at all your value analysis pieces to the best of your ability to make sure you're getting the goods in that will meet your patient's needs at the right price, not paying more or less. Standardization is also another way to keep your costs contained. If you use more of the same goods, then you usually get those at a better price point. And it also helps you reduce carrying costs because you don't have different shelves full of half full. You can have one full shelf. Reduces obsolescence. And it also prevents you from having the wrong product used on a patient. Often a nurse may pull a product that she thinks is the right one. It's not. She's opened it. It has to go in the trash. She's going to pull the right product in, so you have a lot of waste. Strategic sourcing and physicians. Over the last few years, we've really started to see a lot of physicians pull into the supply chain to help us promote that clinically integrated supply chain. If your organization isn't utilizing nurses and doctors now, we need to start looking at that opportunity to do that, because movement can be made with other physicians and clinicians much easier if you have good champions on your side. And strategic sourcing is just different from contracting data. It goes a lot deeper into the contracting process, and usually for more complex contracts. And it follows a set strategy. Let's see. And here's the strategic sourcing steps: opportunity assessment, category analysis, market strategic development, supplier selection, and implementation. Purchasing metrics. Dollars saved. We all have to have KPIs that we're looking at, that we report up. So these are like the top 5 that we identified at AHRMM that most folks are looking at. How many dollars you save the organization? The volume-related like items and contracts renewed on time, invoice discrepancies, and percentage of contract or percentage of items on contract. Sorry, I'm trying to get this to go to the next slide, and when I do that, it just goes crazy in the wrong place. So value analysis process, and I'm not going to read all this to you, it's drawn out in your book. Just realize that value analysis is focused on value-based purchasing and cost quality outcome. Whether you're calling it that today or not, it's all about finding that right product at the right price that's going to meet your need to get the overall value. Very robust programs will have physician involvement and also quality assurance and utilization review involved, because it takes all those pieces to make sure you're looking at everything that needs to be involved. And then here's the slide for cost, quality, outcome. Cost is all costs associated with caring for the individual and communities. Quality is the care aimed at achieving the best possible health. And outcome is the financial result of all of that. So when you look at the center part there, CQO is right in the middle of that. And selecting products is like throwing a dart. You want the product that's going to be right there in that little triangular area. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to Preston and let him talk fast. It's a lot to cover in 2 hours, guys. I hope we're doing okay. Are you doing okay out there? Not too fast for you? I saw one iffy out there, so okay. Well, just shout if we need to slow back down for anything, okay? Turn it over to you, Preston.
Well, okay, that means that we have roughly 50 minutes left, and we have 4 sections to go. So I'm going to try to pick up the pace. If you have any questions, please, put them in the chat, and I'll try to catch them and slow down. So let's start with inventory and distribution management. We talk about receiving services. Why would we do that? Well, that's so AP can pay the bill. There's 3 kinds of receiving. They're centralized, where the staff delivers to the end users. It's easy to implement. You have decentralized, where everything gets delivered directly to the departments. And most of us follow under a hybrid, where the food goes to dietary, the meds go to the pharmacy, and the rest of the stuff goes to the doc, and we distribute it. Receiving methods. Blind is what most computer systems use, where they don't show you what's ordered. They are force you to count. Open is where the quantity order is shown. The advantage of open is that it shows you that you're expecting 1 case of 1,000. The disadvantage of blind is that same thing, and so you might count 1,000 and enter it when you were really supposed to enter a 1. Statistical sampling, that's something that they say is coming, where you only count, 1 box. And if you got the right quantity in that box, then you assume the whole pallet is good. It's very common in the stockless program. In the future, we're talking about doing electronic receiving over EDI transactions. and of course that means you really have to put your trust in your supplier or distributor. Internal receiving, that's what we take a department and get them to sign. Used to be all manual paper, and we move into more computerized tablets, which allow us to screen things or search for things more easily. Distribution methods, we start with a random request where staff orders stuff on whim, normally when they have time. Emergency requisition, that's where they walk to central or the storeroom and return to the department with the product. We have PAR, or periodic automatic replenishment, where, it goes up to a storage area and we replenish to what quantity is supposed to be on hand. We have exchange carts. We have 2 carts, one in the department, one in the storeroom, but you have then duplicate inventory in both, and so you have high inventory costs and you have the significant storage area to try to store both of those. And case carts, which are normally only used in the OR, where the vendor ships or prepares cases regularly according to the plan. But again, you have your preference card list must be completely accurate, otherwise you're in trouble, and you have to have sufficient storage space for them. Okay, I'll try to slow down, but I'm trying to get everything covered, Chuck. Sorry. Distribution methods continued. Also, we have just-in-time, where the supplier only ships what is used, also known as a low unit of measure system. And the difference with that and stockless is stockless, the supplier owns the inventory that sits on your shelf, and when you use a product, that's when you get billed for it, whereas in a just-in-time, you own the product sitting on your shelf. Both work well. It frees up storage spaces, reduces your inventory, but you have increased distributor delivery fees, and you have these logistical factors such as, can the supplier hold and ship the requested items? What's your road access to? If you're in a place that suppliers on the other side of a mountain range, can they get to you on a daily basis to replenish your stock? And, if you're desperate because there was a car wreck, a multi-vehicle wreck outside, can you get your emergency response supplies? Okay, distribution methods continued. We have point of use. That's either with a closed cabinet or open shelving. Supplies, drugs are stored. They normally are tie into your low unit of measure program, and they have to be integrated with all these different computer systems. And so consequently, it's a complicated thing to install. To make sure that all these connections between that storage area are tied into, the medical materials management information system, and the medical records administration record, or medical administration record, and admissions, so you have the right patients, and discharges, so those discharges are off the list, and all those things. The benefits of it are great. It reduces your overall inventory. It allows you to identify what goods were used on a patient. It lowers your hours to have to do par stocking. It reduces your stockouts. It assists with charge audits, and it eliminates any item charge stickers altogether. Is stockless considered consignment? No, stockless is similar to consignment, I guess. I hadn't really thought of it that way, but consignment, we normally save that term for OR inventory. And so I can see that it's similar, but in this case, we're talking about a distribution method, not how the inventory is put on the books. So there's 2 different categories. In this case, stockless is a distribution method, and a consignment is a kind of inventory. Okay? Back orders. What is a back order? Anything that we didn't fill when requested. It can occur for all these different reasons. You need to get approval before you substitute stuff, otherwise you're going to be in trouble. Returns, recalls, and conversions, those are all things that affect supplies. in various ways. Returns, obviously, product doesn't meet our need or quality, or it's excessive quantity, or the cost is too much, or there's compatibility problem. It has a enteral connection instead of a lock connection, and you need to get an RGC or an RGA from the supplier to return it. Recalls for quality defects, and the supplier will replace, but you're going to be in trouble trying to get that to keep operations going in the meantime. Conversions, do you do a go live? Do you need to change everything out on this date, or do you do a running change where when you're done with that product, then you bring in this product? So that's all conversion issues. Distribution devices, I'm not going to tell you what they are, but they're all right there. You need to understand what each one of them is and how they work. Inventory turns. Inventory turns is how many times you turn the inventory in your department. So you can look at the dollars issued minus the returns divided by the average inventory value. And you can either do that with those numbers, or you can do a cost of goods sold divided by the ending inventory value. It works the same in either one of those formulas. It works the same whether you use the same numbers for a month or a year. If you had issued $100 worth of product, you had, after returns, you had a $20 inventory of that product, then you would have a turn rate of 5. Inventory counting and accounts payable. You have two kinds of inventory counting. You have periodic inventory counting, where you done at a regular interval and your department is shut down until you get done with the count. And then you have cycle counting, where you decide to count 10% or 15% of the items in your inventory in any given month or week or year or quarterly, whatever that is for you. But it's not necessarily done. You don't shut down your department, but you're counting a certain percentage. On accounts payable, it has to collect that information from receiving via the packing slip, and data can be either electronically or manually stored. Let's see. Do you have to do one or the other method? Can you do annual counts and also do cycle counts? Yes, you definitely. We in my storeroom, we do a periodic inventory count every June before our fiscal year, but we do cycle counts where we try to go through that inventory 4 times a year, other than our annual periodic inventory counting. ABC analysis. This is A is the 10% of your inventory that totals the 70% of your dollars spent. So that should be your highest priority. B is 20% of inventory that's 20% of your dollars. And C is 70% of your inventory, but it's only 10% of your dollars. It allows us to concentrate our thoughts on what will have the largest impact. See, we want to look at what has 10% of the inventory and 70% of the dollars. Now, what happens is people tend to confuse this with the Pareto principle, which is also known as the 80-20 rule. But the Pareto principle is not in the test. It's not in the book. It's not, you want to think of something that gives you 3 choices, not just 2. It might work for you, but it is definitely not the same. So don't get them confused when you take the test. Key performance indicators, key performance indicators in our category are receiving activity, fill rates, product utilization for fast, slow, and stale moving products, lead time, accounts payable discrepancies, expense management, and for your mail, if you're doing mail, Do you do on-time delivery, which is really difficult to calculate? So you're better off in saying the mail went to the correct department. That's an easier KPI to manage. While we're talking about KPIs, AHRMM has recently introduced some KPIs. Here's the website. Here is, they list two kinds of categories. Again, these will not be on the test, but it's important, so we want to share it with you. There's the finance key performance operators and the operations key performance indicators. Like I said, they're not on the test, but they're very important, and they are going to be grow in importance as we move. So just want everybody to know that they exist. Inventory definitions. We have lead time, which is the days from order to the day's receipt. In the 2000s, DonJoy moved their warehouse to Southern California, and in Western Pennsylvania, my days on order, my lead time jumped from like 3 days to 7. So, I certainly had to adjust my lead stock, which is the amount of stock required to cover that lead time, because now instead of getting it in 3, it was taking me 7. Safety stock is what protects us against stockouts. It's the extra beyond the lead stock. And it's, not all products will have safety stock. Obviously maybe your endomechanical items for the OR have a lot of safety stock, but, other things won't. Your reorder point is also known as your minimum level. It's basically if you take your lead stock and your safety stock and add them together, that's the point that you want to reorder. And the max level is the maximum quantity that you wish to have on hand, which would really be the minimum level or your reorder point and your order quantity. So those are your inventory definitions. On how the KPIs are being calculated, if you go to that website, they show the math behind each of those. Okay. Moving on to economic order quantity. Yes, we are going to have to calculate these. This is one that people hate, but it's still on the test. Most of us let our computer system go ahead and generate this, but you need to know how to do it by hand. So the point of an economic order quantity is to calculate the most efficient order quantity. Your inputs are your annual usage, your unit cost, your order cost, your carrying costs, which would include your insurance, utilities, etc., the cost of storage, not only the cost per square foot, but also any of the variable costs, and then obsolescence. What are your outdates? And so your economic order quantity is the square root of 2 times the annual usage times the order cost divided by the annual carrying cost per unit. And no, the formula is not provided on the test. You will have a calculator that they will give you when you show up for the test. So let's just take a look at it. Let's say ABC sells 400 footballs. Their cost per order is $400. Their carrying cost is $10 per unit per year. The annual demand is 20,000 units. The economic order quantity, so what is the economic order quantity, number of orders, and ordering costs? So if we plug those numbers in the EOQ, we get that their economic order quantity is 1,265 footballs per order. And so if there was 1,265 footballs per order, they go through 20,000 a year, they would place 16 orders. Those 16 orders cost them $400 per order, so it would cost them $6,400 per year to place those orders. This is a complicated formula. You can be really thankful that under the last rewrite removed the dynamic economic order quantity, which had what we're used to. Footballs, do not sell the same in a sporting goods store every month of the year. There's certain months of the year that they sell a lot more than others, and that would be when you would come into a dynamic economic order quantity. But thank God that got removed from the test. So inventory valuation methods. You have FIFO, also known as first in, first out, LIFO, last in, first out, average costing, last price paid, standard pricing. FIFO is where the oldest inventory is considered sold first, so your newest inventory defines your cost. LIFO, the newest inventory is considered sold first, so the oldest inventory determines your cost. Average costing is just that, but some computer systems only average the last two purchases, some average the last year's worth of purchases, and then, of course, box versus case quantity can cause problems if you change that during the time to try to calculate your average pricing. Last price paid, that's simple as it gets. Standard pricing is where price is set. We don't normally do this. This is a manufacturer kind of thing. Let's see. This is how we would look at some examples. So a bakery produces loaves of bread, 200 on Monday at a cost of $1, 200 on Tuesday at a cost of $1.25, and then sells 200 loaves of bread sells 100 loaves of bread on Wednesday. So if we used first in, first out, they would have 100 of Mondays left at $1, 200 of Tuesdays at $1.25, so that would be $3.50. If we used LIFO, it would be 200 of Mondays left at $1, 100 of Tuesdays at $1.25, so the value would be $3.25. Average costing, you just add $1 to $1.25 divided by 2 is $1.12.5 a piece. You have 300 at $1.12.5 or $337.50, and last price paid would be 300 at $1.25. So that's how you calculate these. Interesting enough is once your company sets what inventory method it has, you're pretty much using it forever. You really can't get permission from auditing agencies to say, oh, well, this year we want to change it to LIFO. We've been FIFO all our life. That's not really normally going to happen. Inventory definitions. This is where we talked about earlier. You have official inventory, which is what's on your balance sheet. That's what's in your stock room. It's an asset on your balance sheet. It's charged to a requesting department when issued. You have unofficial or off-balance sheet inventory, which is what's sent directly to the department upon arrival. It's stored where used. It's also your stockless or JIT inventory, and it is normally expensed when received. Another example of this would be your supplies that go to lab or radiology. Those are normally unofficial inventory. Consignment inventory is where you don't own the product and it's expensed when used. Okay. Inventory strategies. Consolidation. You could reduce the storage locations. It works really well with the restrictive MMIS, but it's often expensive in larger facilities. If you have a small facility, it may be 40 feet down the hall to go from the med-surg unit to the ICU to get a product, and that's not a big deal. But if you're in a large facility, you may have to take the elevator down 4 floors and then walk to another wing to get a supply and then all the way back. And so, your cost to your supply is not worth the nursing cost, the time to send the nurse all the way over there to get it and bring it back. Inventory reduction. If you're going to look at inventory reduction, make sure that you look at your fastest moving or your A items. Cross-docking eliminates reduction of a redirection of products to using department. Items are not stored. Cross-docking is really, if you think of a best example of cross-docking would be a UPS depot. The big truck comes in, it comes out and goes on the conveyor belts and go to all the different delivery trucks. So when you're thinking of cross-docking, that's a pretty good way to think of that. Inventory positioning. Prime items, we often like just-in-time items, like endo in the OR, that's a prime item. You want to position it close. Non-prime items are commodities like toilet paper. If you have an on-site warehouse, Great news, you save on delivery time, you have no duplicate inventory. Unfortunately, the problem is that you have a high square footage cost. If you have an off-site warehouse, great, you saved on the cost of the building, you have lots of space, but you have to pay delivery costs, and you probably have a duplicate inventory because the hospital can't wait for that truck to come from, so it has some kind of storeroom as well. Inventory ratios. So this is about the ratios. It's, so if not in stock would be the number not filled divided by the number requested. So if you didn't fill 10 lines and they requested 100 lines, you have a 10% not in stock rate. The fill rate would be the complete inverse of that. So you would have 90 lines that you filled and 100 lines requested, so you have 90%. Back order would be the exact same ratio as the not in stock if you were back ordering every item, unfilled item. Okay, OR challenges. Why is it challenging? Well, it's a diverse department. They have a large dollar volume. It's frequently unofficial inventory. It's low turn rate items, full of low turn rate items. And surgeries come and go in favor, and surgeons come and go. So those two things can really affect your obsolescence rate. It's different at every location because you have different physicians that have different preference of items. You have a different patient mix. You have different types of surgeries performed. Okay, accounting. Am I going? Yes, okay. Accounting terms, capitalization. Capitalization is when you take your previously expensed items and move it to an asset's inventory. So in one of the hospitals I worked at, we did an inventory in the OR, which was not a perpetual inventory. We did an inventory in the lab and radiology every year. And so we would take their count and we would capitalize it. So we would reduce their supply expense by, if the OR had $200,000 in inventory, reduce their supply expense by $200,000 and made it an asset of $200,000. And so that way we'd be more profitable that year. And then July 1st came and they would move it back into expense for the next year. Capitalization rate, people get confused because it's capitalization, so it must have something to do with that. Well, no, it's the present value of cash receipts, also known as discount rate. Really just telling you that so you don't get confused. Shrinkage is what is our obsolete or deleted, outdated inventory. Can I provide an example of inventory for capitalization? Like I said, at the one hospital I worked at, we capitalized a lot of inventory that was stored in many different locations. It was pretty much all the usable supplies. We would count it on June 30th. That was the end of the fiscal year, and we would capitalize all that and move it over. Okay. OR needs analysis. The most thing you want to make sure when you do an OR needs analysis is a need versus a want. You need to look at their history. You need to look at their specialties. We get a lot of ORs that think that they need a lot of things, and the question really comes down to needs versus want. You need to know who the key influencers are, space and storage requirements, and go through the financial and operational analysis. Okay, that was quick. Sorry about that, everyone. Inventory systems and data management. Again, 9 questions, so we'll try to go through this a little fast. I'm truly sorry, but we're going to run out of time. Materials management information system needs to tie into all these different systems. If it ties into 2 of those, then it's considered a materials management information system. You want to be able to receive stuff and pay it, and issue with the departments and such forth. MMIS specifications, the best choice is not to use the best of breed in all areas. Interfaces will allow you to use blended. Most software system is not best of breed in all areas. Interfaces allow you to use blended solutions. Well, we like Cerner for this, but we want this for that. Cloud-based is coming on strong. It allows mobile access and security. When you identify interfaces between systems, you must identify who's the master interface and the view only. We have Cerner and Meditech for the back end, and Meditech is our master. So when we make a change to the item master in Meditech, it gets pushed over to Cerner at night. If they make a change in Cerner during the day, that change will be overwritten at night from the Meditech. Clean data is your key. You have to have one entry for each item. You have to have consistent naming rules. Should be like battery AA, not AA battery. Your item master and vendor master are the two most important files. You need to limit users that can edit those. You need to outsource. You could outsource to clean and maintain it. We're talking about meaningful use, which is where the government said, we're going to help contribute to paying for your computer systems, but you actually have to use it. And they need evidence-based clinical thinking. Requirements rating, this just tells you when you're setting up your system to look at a new system, this is how you would rate your requirements and what's required, what's needed, and then you could give it a weight as well. For the new system. Does it, have a 2, but it exceeds our requirements, which would give it a 3. Point of use, you need to, it would have to trigger the automatic updates, and it would have barcodes, and, this is all, you can read that. Point of use systems, the really good thing is that it's a possible reduction of our inventory. You get detailed use by passage. Downside is that it's a high implementation and maintenance cost, and if you don't have nursing buy-in, it's going to go bye-bye. And I did that once. MMIS assessment, you need to have an organization requirements, and you need input from all these people. You need to align it with your operations. You need to automate your supply chain. Are you doing online recs? Are you doing auto receipt on your low unit of measure? Are you doing electronic three-way match with invoicing? Does it meet your technical requirements? Do you have adequate materials management and IT resources? You need to have a list of everything that it needs to tie into. You need to do an MMIS gap assessment. These are the resources that are out there to help you gauge what MMIS systems are the best. If you want to acquire a new MMIS system, Materials Management Information System, you would run through these steps. You would set up an acquisition team. You would do a gap analysis between what you want and what you currently have. You would send out a request for proposal or request for information to see what software is out there and what they can do for you. Then you would do a total cost analysis and a return on your investment. And if you got told yes, then you would start through these steps for materials management information system implementation. Get your team. Some hospitals do a pilot in the implementation. These are the steps. Some hospitals do a pilot test, and other hospitals don't. They just go live with the whole thing at once. ANSI data sets. This is for EDI. I have highlighted the 4 that I think are the most important. 850 is a purchase order. 855 is a purchase order acknowledgement. 810 is an invoice, and 832 is a price sales catalog. That would be really nice to be able to upload a price sales catalog. I haven't been to a hospital yet that has the ability to upload an 832, but hey, we all have fantasies. But those are the four that I think are the most important. We talk about barcodes, and how they originated. And when you look at a barcode, if it starts with an 01, then the next number will be the GTIN. If it starts with a 17, that'll be an expiration date. Starts with a 10, that'll be the lot number. A 21 will be the serial number. Wireless technology, that's new and upcoming. Radio frequency identification. It talks about the kinds of different tags that are out there. There's 4 of them. They each have their own, 3 of them, I'm sorry. They each have their own advantage. Let's see, unspec code. If you want to know what an unspec code, it's a lot like the biological classifications. Us and a cat, we're both Eucrea, we're both Amelia, we're both chordata because we both have spinal column, we're both mammals. But when we differentiate when we get the carnivora and primates. In unspec, it works the exact same thing. 44 as the first 2 digits is office equipment, supplies, and accessories. If you put a 12 next to it, then it's office supplies. If you put a 19 next to that, then you get ink and lead refills. If you get an 03 after that, it's pen refills. So if you look at products that both have the same unspec code, they should be substitutable. That's how it relates to us. Unique device identifier. This has come on strong. Class 1 devices, last I knew, they were supposed to follow in 2018. Now I'm hearing 2021. Distributors had to start using it back in 2014. And we should scan it with the patient because then it improves the recall process. And it is required for adverse event reporting, and it's also should be used for your registry. Global Trade Identification Number, also known as a GTIN. It's a barcode that contains the product number. If you recall, maybe I'm just an old fart and I remember, but I remember when Covidien added 8888 or 8881 to all their part numbers. That's why, because they needed to put in a unique identifier in the front that identified Covidien as the manufacturer. And so that's when they came up with the 8888 and the 8881. But the GTIN numbers does change by quantity in units. So if you have, it's something that's issued by the each, it would have a GTIN. The box of 50 would have a GTIN, and the case of 4 boxes would have a different GTIN. A UDI is, it actually includes the GTIN. The UDI includes the GTIN, the lot number, the serial number, or expiration date. So if we didn't have the GTIN, we wouldn't actually have a UDI because it's part of that, but it's got more to it than just the GTIN. Okay, global location numbers. This should be something when we talked, but way back we talked about centralized or decentralized receiving. If you have centralized receiving, you would only have one global location number saying all deliveries go here. If you go to decentralized receiving, then you would have maybe a GLN for each and every department within your hospital. So they would all know if somebody said something needed to get delivered to radiology, they could find the GLN for radiology and get it there. Again, the point is to help with the traceability of the product, and it would assist in the recall process because you knew that it was delivered to radiology, not just delivered to the receiving. Okay, there's two global data networks. There's the Global Data Synchronization Network and the Global Unique Device Identifier databases. These are two separate databases, very similar, that give you those GTINs. And you can find them. Actually, these have become the standard of the OpenFDA and the Access Good ID. Excuse the way I'm hearing it pronounced, Access Good ID, which is hosted by the National Library of Medicine. If you get on there and you have a UDI number, it will give you all the breakdown of who the manufacturer is, what the description is. All that is on these two websites. Other global supply chain standards are HIBIC, which has come up with a wide variety of standards, including barcodes. They were the first ones to come up with barcodes in healthcare. Then we talk about EDI. There's object-oriented EDI is coming. Also, EAB, XML, and UML are both coming. But right now, we pretty much all use the NCX 12 standards or file transfer protocol and it actually was HIBIC approved for EDI. So, okay, finance. Again, I'm truly sorry, but, oh geez, we don't have much time left. Assets equals liability plus equity. Two kinds of assets, current assets, fixed assets, two kinds of liabilities, current liabilities and long-term liabilities, and then owner's equity. Financial statement tells us about the health, gauges our strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities. Balance sheet just compares our current position to our past, shows assets, liabilities, and owner's equity, but does not show how well we're doing as a business. An income statement, however, does. That shows our profit and loss statement. Cash flow statement is subtracting cash from cash receipts. Ratios, some important ones are liquidity ratio, current assets divided by current liabilities, how able we are to pay bills. Leverage or debt ratio, how much borrowed money we use, total debt divided by total assets. And our efficiency ratio is how well we're using our assets, is the total of expenses divided by revenue. Break-even analysis, for certain things we want to look at. Price, we want to look at what our patient charges. Fixed cost is what's considered in the equipment and the training and the maintenance. Variable cost is what supplies we're going to use and our volume, how many patients we're going to do. And then from the break-even point, we can figure out what our return on investment is. How long is it going to take us to get our money back? And so in this case, we had a $500 patient charge, $100,000 to buy the equipment, $250 in disposables, and 200 procedures a year. So our break-even point cracks out to be 400 procedures. And our return on investment, because we're going to do 200 a year, means that in 2 years we're going to have the equipment paid off. Sorry. Value analysis, Laura really covered value analysis back in the first chapter. Some things do overlap in multiple chapters. And when you're looking at life, you need to look at all the ownership costs. You have not only the costs of buying the equipment, but the cost of maintaining the equipment, the disposables you have to use with the equipment, what the software maintenance updates will cost, and what the salvage value is at the end. Those give you a total cost of ownership. Asset management, some options are, do you tag it? Do you tag it with an RFID? Who's going to do the PMs and the repairs? Are you going to replace it? What are you going to do with it when you're done with it? You're going to reuse it, sell it, or donate it? And most importantly, make sure you call accounting to get it removed from the books. Record retention, these are set by various number of agencies, whether it be CMS, OSHA, JACO, or specific state regulations. This gives you an idea of, these come from the American Health Information Management Association, the arm for HIM. And, for us, capital budget purchasing 10 years, consulting agreements are permanent, leases and rentals are 5 years, Maintenance or service contracts are 5 years. Performance and warranty contracts are permanent, and purchase orders are 2 years. Legal considerations, we have the Robinson-Patman Act, which eliminates price discrimination. There are legitimate pricing differences. So like with the GPO, you can give somebody who buys twice as much a better price. But if you have two people that are equally the same, buying the exact same volume, you have to give them the same price. And we are limited under a nonprofit owned use clause. And without that, GPOs and pharmaceuticals companies wouldn't work. Sarbanes-Oxley, this came out after the crash, that talks about publicly traded companies have to have independent auditors and senior leaders will be held responsible. Safe Harbor Act, which allowed the creation of our GPOs today. Without them, we would be considered a monopoly and they would need to be broken up. Uniform Commercial Code, which Laura talked about. And corporate compliance. We need to check our reps against these 9 different federal and state databases. We need to have a conflict of interest policy. We need to have guidelines for ethical behavior. And healthcare finance marketplace, this is just different things that have happened to hospitals over the last 20 years, 30 years. DRGs came out in 84. This is just really of a general knowledge. It's not really, I haven't necessarily seen it on the test as much. Intersection of finance and supply. The object is just to show you that, we may think of ourselves in the silo, but we're really not. We all have to intersect with each other. And I'm sorry, Laura, to give you 5 minutes left, but here's strategic planning and leadership and compliance.
Yes, perfectly okay. We want to take a quick poll from you guys. If we run over a little bit, are you okay letting us run into your lunch period? Taking, instead of an hour, maybe 45 minutes or 40 minutes. I see, yes. It is really fast, and we apologize. Even when we teach it in person, it goes really, really fast. So we'll carry on. If you need to jump off and grab something, you can come back or have us running in the background. If you're working virtually like I am today, just do what you need to do and listen as much as you can. We'll make this as quickly as possible, and then we'll have a few minutes downtime before we come back and start on the Q&A.
We need to move the ball. She's off my list again. Sorry.
Oh, I can move it. Or actually, I can't press it. You'll have to move it up. There we go. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Okay. Dr. James Rand started 3 basic processes in total quality management, and I used to know the date, but it was way, 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 way back. He came over and started quality planning, quality control, and quality improvement. Some folks were working with him, and they were working in the automobile industry, trying to figure out how to make things work a little bit better. So that was W. Eddings, Edward Deming, and Philip Crosby, and they expanded Rand's process of total quality improvement to include plan, control, and improve. They emphasized the need to set goals, provide infrastructure, provide resources, quality leadership and support, and this evolved into what we know today as Lean Six Sigma. So when you're doing lean processes at your hospitals, know that you're doing those because we always need to be doing quality improvement. We can get better all the time. There's always something we can work and improve on. And Joint Commission, DMV always require that we're working on something to improve it. So it's not just nothing for nothing. So I'm not going to read through these 12 steps of strategic planning to you. They are in your book. We took them verbatim out of the book. And I'm on slide 113 now for those of you following otherwise. But know that there's a lot of communication involved in strategic planning, and that's one of the places that we often fail. We're not communicating with our customers. We're not listening to what the customers are sharing back with us, or we become so stiff-necked that we're not able to change or evolve. And strategic planning, you need to be able to listen, understand what's working well, understand what's not working well, and be able to take a step back and make some tweaks in your program to be able to get the outcome that you so desire. So just remember that if you run into that in the test, that you have to be strong enough to be in and go back and redo things as well. I keep hitting the wrong button, and it doesn't want to advance that way. Okay. Quality and strategic planning. This is 114. Plans are composed of overarching frameworks, implementation tactics, and annual planning. Department framework should always align with the mission and vision of the overarching organization. So if you're working in a hospital system, up in the top of the system, there's those mission and values that everybody should be striving for. So if you're setting departmental goals and they're malaligned, then there's going to be issues within that. On the right-hand side here, you're seeing quality processes. Underneath that, just some basic points you need to know. Department framework, again, following those mission, visions, and values, using those for guiding principles. And then on the far right side is putting the plan into operation. Annual planning, evaluation, and performance reports. And again, if something's not working, we need to be flexible enough to change it so it can work, because we're for an outcome. We don't have to stick with a plan that's not working. So leading the department, in the materials management world, we have leaders in all different areas now. When we look at a supply chain operation, you have a director over materials that's managing the day-to-day operations of getting the supplies to the store. You may have a manager over the storeroom and a manager over sterile processing. And then you have a director over contracting and then a director over MMIS. So there's no longer just that one person running everything in most organizations. So at this point, we have to look at how to lead the department in a very diffuse way. So again, putting the plans in motion, we have to identify our goals. We have to figure out the steps to meet those goals, and we have to be flexible enough to adapt to changes needed. With process improvement, we need to realize it's continuous improvement. It's not just one thing, and it's not just going to happen overnight. And then we also have to keep our mind cognizant of all human resource aspects. Are we going to have the staff that we need? Are they looking in our department to cut the budget? Are we able to hire new people? Are we following all the rules and regulations set before HR to make sure we can optimize our department? And just remember, good management helps develop good employees. The number one reason people leave jobs is not for the money or the task. It's because they don't like their boss. They don't get along with their boss. So try to be a good person, try to get along with people and help them grow and excel too, and hopefully they'll stay with you through your process. So customer service excellence is also an area that supply chain is very much responsible for. A friend of mine in supply chain gave me the book, Lou Holt's Winning Every Day. When I first went into supply chain, she said, you really need to read this, because I was concerned about walking away from bedside care to coming into the dark side, working in finance and supply chain. And this quote of Lou always hit home for me. And it says, customers are who we are when we're not working. So let's treat them the way we want to be treated. And I take that quote as related to healthcare, in that everybody takes care of the patient. You're either bedside taking care of the patient, or we in supply chain are taking care of the people that are bedside taking care of the patient. So when you pull that thought together, we're all taking care of that patient. And when I see supply chain people working and they're pushing carts and they're doing that stuff, I always just want to take a moment to tell them thanks for what they're doing, because it seems minimal sometimes. But if they didn't get that product to the nurse to take care of the patient, then the patient could die. So it's not minimal. And it'll all be us. We'll be in the hospital bed, or our loved one will at some point. So I always give good customer service. And then maintain those external communications. We already talked about the win-win sense of negotiation and how we should work on that to build those long-term relationships that will last for many years in our organizations. Governmental and regulations. I'm not going to read these. There's a quick slide here. It's just beautifully placed thanks to Preston. He took time to do all that. And the big thing here to know is that there's a couple pages in your guidebook. You need to read each of these organizations. You need to have in your mind what they do, at just a familiarity to it, and you need to know the acronyms to it. You may see the test question of Americans with Disabilities Act, or you could have a test that says the ADA says. So you need to understand both ways so you don't get mixed up. Chemical Hazards Communication Standard. Understand this is the standard that is where your Material Safety Data Sheet, or MSDS sheets, came from. This is the governing body that took care of that. Tells you where the equipment's located and how to use the equipment safely, and if you have a spill of anything, of how to treat it. I'm sure you're all aware of MSDS, but just to understand that it comes from the Chemical Hazards Communication Standard. Recalls. I love recalls. Being a nurse, I get on my soapbox about this being such a patient safety issue that sometimes it's neglected. So understand what an alert is. It's just saying that there may be a risk, and understand what a recall is. That recall is being issued. It came from the manufacturer, distributor, FDA, or by FDA order. And then understand those three classes of recalls. And have a sense of what your role is in if there's a recall. You know, we often use software systems are going to really spell it out for you what you need to do, but knowing a high level that if it's something that's caused harm, you're going to go get the products off the shelf. You're going to quarantine those. You're not going to let them out. You're going to call your local rep. You know, one of the last things you're going to do is worry about a refund, but you'll get that when it comes out. Okay, and recall strategies, we kind of went through that. If it's a consignment issue, then you definitely need to make sure you define the ownership and make sure that you get it put back. Waste management. I'm not sure how many of you guys are over waste management, but there are questions on the test about this because a lot of materials do waste. So understand the classifications of waste listed in the yellow column. Understand that infectious waste can be rendered to safe. It must be taken care of either via incinerator, microwave, chemical, or off-site disposal, and your hospital is responsible to take care of those waste. Let me see if I can slide this down without disrupting everything. Okay. Yep, good. Now we're on slide 121, sterilization. So if you're over sterile processing, you probably already know the information I'm getting ready to tell you. If you're not, I encourage you to go spend a couple hours with your manager, director of materials sterilization in this sector, so you have it hardwired in your brain that you see it and you understand what they do. So we can steam things to sterilize them. We can use dry heat, or we can use ETO, ethylene oxide. steam. It's the least expensive, works really well. It damages some things, and it takes 1 to 2 hours, so it's not the fastest. Dry heat is the newest of these, and it neutralizes at the point of use. Now, ETO, it's so good, it's so fast, but it's toxic, and it damages the ozone. So we're trying not to use as much ETO. Cleaning and decontamination. I'm going to run you through the scenario of I hope you all had a really good breakfast this morning. So when you finish your breakfast meal, I hope you carried your plate to the sink and you sorted out your items. Your pre-cleaning would be spraying a little Dawn detergent on your plate as you put it in the sink. That pre-cleaning screen on that fork that's got dried egg yolk and your plate is the same thing as the nurses in the OR spraying enzymatic cleaner on the instrument. It helps break down that bioburden left of the protein of the egg in the sink. You're going to carry it over the sink. You're going to start taking it apart, and then you're going to start spraying it. Okay, when you're spraying it with high power water hose off your kitchen faucet, you're using the impingement method down there to get the product off. That's also similar to what in the washers at the sterile processing room. It's really hot, really high flow water that helps knock off any bioburden. Before the instruments come out that have been cleaned, like out of your dishwasher, they're not sterile, they're just clean. And then the sterile technicians will sort and rack those items and wrap them and put indicator strips in them, and then they'll send them on to chemical processing. So enzymatic cleaner, again, we talked about that being similar to putting Dawn on your egg yolked fork. It helps break down that bioburden. Ultrasound. Ultrasound waves are usually used for very delicate instruments. They're usually eye surgery instruments or plastic surgeon instruments that are very thin, very delicate, need to stay very sharp. Those go down in an ultrasonic thing to be cleaned. Almost looks like taking your wedding rings to the jewelry shop to get them in the ultrasound to clean. Impingement, again, we talked about that spray force. Chemical mechanical processing. So this would be used in your endoscopy lab, uses peracetic acid for a very high level disinfection. Items coming out of that are clean, but they are not sterile. Glutaraldehyde used to be used for the same way. It's carcinogenic, and we have just about quit using that altogether, as far as I know. I'm sorry, I moved my thing and I'm trying to find my slide. Next slide. Yep, okay, get it out. So sterile processing normally reports the supply chain or surgical services. In my lifetime, I've seen it switch back and forth a couple of times, and it seems to be about 50% currently, but probably moving more towards surgical services. For the sake of the test, you just need a basic understanding. Read the few things in the book. If you have time, go down and spend a few hours with the sterile processing manager. Know that packages of sterile products do have indicators inside of them and normally tape on the outside that once they hit that sterile heat time, the indicator strips change. Strips and tape. And it takes a lot of continuing education to remain certified in sterile processing. Okay, linen selection and AHRMM standards. So if you're helping with a bid for linen for your hospital system, which a lot of folks in supply chain end up running those, be aware that you have standards that have to be met. The most strictest ones are for the surgical site. So you will want to find out who your AHRMM specialist, that your most key person that's engaged with AHRMM in your organization is when you start that process to save you time. Because they will be aware, it's all written in the guidelines, the lint content, the fire burn time, and all that has to be within a certain period. So you want to pull that OR in first. Then you're going to look at your inventory control. You're going to look at space that you have. If you have room for a cart exchange where you pull out a half empty, put in a full each day versus just taking up a few linens and filling one. And then the whole comfort. You know, your floor nurses may want a more comfortable sheet. So again, I kind of always leaned on the AHRMM specs for this stuff because that helped eliminate some of the wants versus the needs, because the AHRMM standards are laid out very nicely and very importantly too. Okay, guys, we have reached this point. After you successfully take the test the first time, you need to renew in 3 years or maintain 45 hours of continuing education, which is easy to do. Just go to AHRMM 3 years in a row, and you've got your time in. All right, we're going to take a break. Melissa, what time do we need to be back?
Yeah, let's be back at, we'll be back in 45 minutes, 46 minutes. So 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 p.m. Eastern. And it'll just be the same link. You'll just, you can disconnect and come back, or you can just stay on. And I just recommend turning off your camera for a little bit and muting yourself. But it'll be the same link.
So following the collapse of Enron, Congress passed an act designed to stop or modify certain business practices that contributed to Enron's ability to defraud investors. Blank is the act. Would someone like to raise their hand or speak on and tell us the answer? All right, Zachary. I saw your hand go up first. What do you think the answer is?
It's the Sarbanes-Oxley Act.
And let's see if you're correct. Yay! The Sarbanes-Oxley Act. Hopefully no one had any questions about that one. The ABC analysis divides on-hand inventory into 3 classes, generally based upon, show me a hand. First hand up gets the answer to this one. All right, Sean Haslett, if I pronounced that correctly.
Value of inventory on hand.
So your answer is
E.
E. The answer is actually D, the annual dollar value, based on the dollar value. Good try, though. All right. To be considered an enterprise resource planning software package in healthcare, at least how many of the following must be included? So in this scenario, you have distractors on the right being the entire list of things that could be included in MMIS or ERP. And then you have distractors on the left, and you're going to answer A, B, C, D, or E on the left. So, Faye, I saw your hand up there first. Let's let you have a guess at this.
So it would actually be C3?
Actually, it is B2, because you have to have at least 2.
Okay.
Yeah, only 2 are required to be at ERP.
Okay.
It seems like it should be more than that, doesn't it? Okay, what is the freight term if the buyer pays all freight charges, adds these costs to the invoice, and the seller retains ownership in transit? Tiffany? Nakia? Who wants to answer this one? You have to take your...
I have D.
D? Oh, I heard a D and a B. It is actually D. That is FOB paid and at. All right. And you'll see down at the bottom of the answer, you're going to see the notes where you can find the answers and the descriptions in the guidebook. Now, this was the 2018 edition guidebook, which is the newest one that's on the market for you. So if you go to AHRMM to order today, if you don't already have it, that is the version you'll get. Question 5. A hospital purchases pacifiers for their mother-baby unit. 1,200 were purchased on July 1st at $1 each, 500 on July 13th at $1.20, then issued 700 on July 14th at $2 each. The closing inventory on July 14th comes to 1,000 pacifiers. What is the inventory value if they use the FIFO accounting method? I'll give you a couple of minutes for those that haven't answered this, and then we'll let Chuck tell us his answer since he has his hand up. All right, Chuck, what do you think?
I came up with A1100.
Anybody have anything different? So A1100 is correct. And how you get there, if you got left behind or a little lost there, is that we use the receipt 1,700 and subtracted the 700 that were issued. We took the 1,000 left, 500 at $1, and then the last 500 at $1.20. So it's $1,100 for that one. Now, when you get these, if you go ahead and work the different scenarios out, just to make sure that you don't, something in the verbiage doesn't distract you, that you get the wrong answer, it will help ensure that you select the correct answer on the other page. Because if you look, the distractors, all right, I'm having a hard time driving up and down here. The distractors there were correct answers if you had chosen the wrong methodology to go through. And the fact that they sold the pacifiers for $2 each was just irrelevant data that they threw in that you just have to sort through and go, oh, I don't need that information. This is the only information I need to answer the question. Okay? I'm going to turn it over to Preston. And Preston, unlike you, I'm going to have to find you now. There you go. Take yourself off mute.
Thank you. I was talking away. 6, what is the least efficient strategy for storing products in a storeroom? Looking for a hand up. Don't see anybody with a hand up. Anybody got a hand up?
I'll take a shot at it.
Okay, Chuck.
How about D, department?
C, stock number sequence. So that would be our least efficient way. Number 1 next to number 2, next to number 3. Not saying that it would be horrible. It just would be the least efficient way to pull things on when you were pulling inventory. Okay, 7. For which product below would a standing order be the best option? Standing order. Is it for A, HVAC filters, B, surgical laser rental, C, nitrile exam gloves, or D, software upgrade to your MMIS? Okay, no matter? Okay. Oops, that's the wrong button. Sorry. I guess I showed you the answer. Sorry. 7, that'd be A, HVAC filters. Standing orders require consistent shipments and volumes. Okay. 8, most efficient means for reducing cross-contamination in a healthcare setting is, and your infection control nurses are going to be really upset if you get this wrong. Okay, no matter, try that one.
B.
B, hand washing. Yes, hand washing is correct. Okay, number 9. Cody, a vendor rep, is in the OR assisting with implants when he sees his neighbor being wheeled into the next surgery suite. Cody calls him by name and asks the staff what surgery he's having. The best action for the OR staff to do is, we tell Cody the information, we tell Cody the surgery is scheduled, or we can give him more information, or we don't give him any information at all. Which one is our answer? Go ahead, Chuck.
I'm going to confidently say it's A, and I'm going to ask that more questions like this be on the actual test so that I can score high and be done with this.
It's confidential. The information is confidential. Okay, question 10. If a vendor rep is involved in a surgical case, which of the following information may not be disclosed to the vendor's company under HIPAA? Okay, Matter.
D.
D. Correct. Okay, now I got
this one threw me.
Laura.
This one threw me a little bit, only in the sense of just from my experience, the sales reps would typically know what kind of case they're in there for. Wouldn't they?
Yeah, they may know what kind of case they're in there for, but they don't necessarily need to know. Yeah, I mean that's the it's
Can
not.
I say something?
It's not necessarily required, and somebody else might have told them, but we should.
Can I say something?
Sure.
When you do the PO, you don't include the patient's information or diagnosis. Those other things are on the PO that go back to the vendor's company, because that's what it says, vendor's company, not the vendor. The rep can know. He would know. But
okay.
The vendor's company wouldn't know.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Thanks.
That's exactly right. And I think of it this way, as if you're filling out an RGA, you don't need that information. You think going back to that company. All right, so we're ready to go to question 11. And I'm sorry I messed that up. You saw the answer already. During the first quarter, 3 products were ordered on separate purchase orders for $200 each. Terms are 3% 10, net 30, with a 7.5% quarterly rebate on all purchases. 2 of the invoices were paid in 5 days. The third was paid in 25 days. What was the total amount paid to the vendor during the first quarter, and what is the first quarter rebate? So there's a lot of information on this page, and doesn't it just make your tired COVID head hurt just a little bit? So we encourage you to step back and just go, okay, let's start with the first problem and start working through each step of the problem, because otherwise you're going to miss something and you're going to skip it and you're going to get the wrong answer. So just even taking the test day, you'll be nervous to say, nope, hear Laura's voice, go and take my time, work each part of the process out. And who has an answer? Menardo Door. How do you say your name? You have to tell me. A. And A is the correct answer. And this is how we're going to get to it. We have the 3 orders of $200. So those are $600 if we look on the right hand. We had our orders that were paid within 10 days received a 3% discount. So 3% of $200 is $6. $200 minus $6 is $194. Then our order was paid in 25 days with no discount. So we have $200, $194, and $194 for a total of $588 as our first purchase. And then the calculation for the rebate sometimes gets people messed up, but you're getting the rebate based on the purchase price, not the discount. So that would be $45. Any questions on that one? Okay. Susan, CNA in the emergency department, creates a requisition for crutches, splints, and simple dressings frequently used in fast track. She faxes it down to the central where Doug prepares the items for delivery. This is an example of a what type of system? Looking for hands. All right, Tiffany. Can you unmute and tell us the answer?
Tiffany put it in the chat. She put D. Tiffany,
okay.
If you want to join the conversation, try calling back in and using your attendee ID, and it'll link your phone and your computer.
All right, Tiffany, and I'll try to remember to look down there for you, too. And the correct answer is D. It is a just-in-time distribution method. Very good. Okay. The distribution method that uses physician preference cards to ensure the unit has the needed supplies to provide care to the patient is the...
Can you go back to the last one just for a second?
Sorry. Oh.
Question 12.
Sorry.
The answer didn't match the options.
Yeah.
D is not just in time. Just in time is A.
Oh, we need to fix that.
Is it A or D?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time driving this way. Let's see, it keeps going up and down. That one we passed.
Use the up and down arrows and random request.
Yeah, D is the random request. And this is a random request option. We just need to fix that, Preston.
It is D.
Thank you for catching that. D is the correct answer. Okay. And then we rolled past this one, so we know the physician preference card answer is B, case cart system. The successful supply chain leader must integrate the basis of 3 organizational principles into supply chain activities, including all except. So one of these does not belong. Quality management, business process redesign, strategic planning, or customer service. Manador?
B.
B, business process redesign is correct. That is what you would do when you are in the process of working through a change. Great. Accounts receivable total $600,000. Accounts payable total $500,000. Accrued payroll taxes total $200,000. Fund balance is $1.4 million. What is the total of liabilities? Manador?
I would say B.
Answer is B. So first you have to know what the liabilities are. So in this case, your accounts payable and your payroll taxes are your liabilities. So you just add those two together. So when you look at that question, don't be in a hurry and just add everything together. Be sure to read what it's asking of you. All right, Preston, I'll pass it back to you for the next few.
Okay. Business process redesign varies greatly from organization to organization and is normally driven by is it desire to bring individuals together, desire to meet new goals, the desire to ensure new work processes are in place? Anybody going to put up their hand?
There's Sean.
Okay.
This one's kind of tricky. Initially, I was going to say B, 2, and 3, but I think it actually could be D, all of the above.
It's actually 2 and 3. Bringing individuals together to discuss as a brainstorming session, which actually occurs before the actual BPR, the business process redesign, begins.
So my initial gut answer was right.
Your first choice. Yep, you got 17. Which of the following may be effective in controlling excessive trials and purchases of expensive new equipment? Okay. Is it Melvin?
Yes. A, that's an apple.
Okay. Okay. Now, this is kind of a weird one. It's the technology assessment. Most of us think of it, but in this case, it's still in the handbook, and you can see it that it's on the 2018 edition, page 33. The technology assessment committee is the most effective way of controlling excessive trials and purchases of expensive new equipment. So that one's a little different than what we think it normally is, but like I said, we are going to lead you that way because that's what it says on page 33 of the review guide.
Well, and the other part to add to that, normally if you're buying a CT scanner or you're buying an MRI or something that's going to have multi-team input, it's going to connect with your information systems. It's a little bit beyond just the value analysis piece. They would participate in that tech team, but the tech team normally is who's going to come in and assess all of that equipment and make sure that engineering part, you have the right power sources to it, you have the right walls in place. That's where you think when you see that question of expensive trials of new expensive equipment. Okay.
Well, it's also better if the technical assessment committee makes the decision if it's even needed before it goes to value analysis.
Yes.
I'd rather have them do the assessment to determine if we need this in the organization before we bring up value analysis into the play.
Very good. And that's where it helps play in to differentiate the expensive equipment. We're not talking about your new Bovie machine. We're talking about that big equipment, your radiology stuff, and maybe a robot for the OR, things like that. Okay?
Okay. 18. To the following types deliver a specific amount of product on a scheduled basis. Okay, Chuck.
I'm going to go with standing, D.
D, standing. Very good. 19, suggested removing distribution measures for customer satisfaction and internal efficiency include anybody willing to Okay, Melvin.
C.
C. Supply on hand are in insufficient quantities. So that would be good. And see, if you look at it, you might have just overread that. Supply on hand are in sufficient quantities. But, you know, they do whatever they can to try to catch it. So you need to take a few seconds and read it thoroughly.
Is the answer B or C?
Correct.
It should be C, accuracy and timely delivery.
Yeah, what is it, B or C? I have C.
Suggested receiving distribution measures. Action. You wouldn't want to have a customer satisfaction based upon supplies on hand are in insufficient quantities. That would not be good for your customer satisfaction internal efficiency. So it's definitely B.
No.
I'm sorry about that, but it is B.
Preston, it's saying suggested receiving measures for customer satisfaction. So that would be deliveries on time.
I can't see if satisfaction would be having stuff in insufficient quantities.
Preston, your answer key is wrong. It should be different.
It should be accuracy and timely deliveries would make your...
Yeah, you're right. It is. Okay. I apologize. Okay.
And the answer, if you flip back up there, Preston, the answer is C. We've just written the wrong. Flip back. It's the wrong slide there. The answer is C. Flip back to your distractors. C, accuracy and timeliness of delivery. It just got copied over when it got put on the new format, probably.
Yeah. I apologize. Okay, moving on to question 20. A facility needs new equipment immediately. Capital funding is not available until the next fiscal year. Vendors A, B, C, and D have made the following offers. Which is the best choice for 3-year life? So now you have to look at each choice, decide what the total cost would be for a 3-year lifespan, and choose which one would be the least expensive choice. Okay, Melvin, go ahead.
C.
C. Okay, now let me show you the map. So on scenario 1, it would be $220,000. Scenario B2 would be $175,000. Scenario C would only be $170,000. If I can read, I'll be in good shape. And scenario D would be $180,000 because you'd only want to look at 3 years. It would be more because it's a 5-year contract, but the question says limited to 3 years. So scenario D would only be $180,000 over 3 years. Any questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, this is BJ. I had a question on that one. So, do we not take into consideration that there was no I guess capital funds for this fiscal year? Because I was looking at A and calculated that the amount of money spent this year would have been $25,000. Does that make sense?
But it said which is the best choice for a 3-year life?
Right, which you would have to use to calculate, for instance, the, one that you had to divide 3 years because it was I think it was the 40. I just looked at A was $25,000 up front, $220 over the lifespan. That's my question. If we see this on the test, is that really just what they're looking for? Is the overall cost? We shouldn't think too much into it on immediate cost versus long term.
No.
Yeah, is this truly a cost?
Correct. I mean, that would be the case. Okay. We'll move on to 21, and I'll pass the ball back to Laura.
Moving right along, which of the following are requisitions used to communicate needs of a requester to purchasing? And the key word here is requisitions. So which of these are requisitions to go to a purchaser? Nakia, do you want to answer that one? See your hand up. Sean?
I would say A, 1, 2, and 3, electronic paper and traveling.
In the chat.
Okay. I see that over there now. I think my chat's delayed coming in, so yes, A, 1, 2, and 3. Blanket is the order. Remember from our review, it's not a requisition. So, yay. Ensuring that all capital purchase pricing is comprehensive and accurate is a portion of facilities due diligence, the services offered by GPOs, the Robinson-Patman Act, or business process redesign. Anybody want to take a stab at it?
Hey.
Hey. Yay. Don't you just love due diligence processes? Which of the following factors is most important when considering purchase of a tugger system? So you have to know what a tugger system is first, and then figure out what you need to do to convince people that you need money to buy one. Chuck? You want to take that one, Chuck?
I'm going to go with D, history of workers' comp claims.
Very good. We need to figure out why we need it. If we're having some injuries, then that will help us justify the cost for that system.
You might want to make a note to make a change. That was another one where the answer was right, but the description was wrong.
Yeah. We updated the presentations to fit the new format, and I think there was a little shift there, so we'll fix that. Thank you for pointing that out. 24, Uniform Commercial Code, UCC, contains which of the following provisions? Purchases totaling more than $500 are non-enforceable unless in writing. Services and warranties related to goods and equipment, or statute of limitations for contracts relating to purchase or sale is 3 years. So which of those provisions are in the UCC? Sean?
I'd say C, 2, and 3.
Anybody else want to try?
A, 1, and 2.
Okay, I'll get into it. I was going to say B, 1 and 3.
It's actually 1 and 3 because it does not cover services. It only covers goods.
I figured if I got into it, at least one of us would be right?
There you go. I love it. Select the best written goal for strategic planning with the materials department. Inventory turns will be increased by 25% by the end of the quarter. On-hand inventory will be reduced by 5% by December 31st. Overtime will be reduced. Or the department will hold monthly meetings to discuss issues and concerns. One of these is a SMART goal. And that would be the one that is the best written goal.
Hey, it's Jim. I'll give it a gander.
Okay.
I say A, inventory turns.
And that is correct. Inventory turns will increase by 0.25% by the end of each quarter. So you have what it is, it's measurable, you give and you give your end date. So it's all good and happy there. All right, Preston, let's hand this back to you.
Okay, the transaction X12 code 855 is? Go ahead.
I'm trying to find you, Preston. There you go.
Okay. Go ahead, Sean.
SAT, purchase order acknowledgement.
Correct. 27, strategic planning includes all except. Oh, go ahead, Chuck.
I'm not 100% on this one, but I'm going to say I think it's B.
A system assessment. Environmental system, okay, but a system assessment is not included. And again, that's on page 129. 28. Supply chain management roles have expanded greatly over the last 10 to 15 years. Leaders are now required to have an understanding of leadership within and outside of supply chain space, including. Go ahead, Chuck.
I'm going to say B, ancillary staff workflow.
Environmental care regulations. We have to have, I actually chair 2 of my environmental care subcommittees, so we need to understand how that works, even though it's not supply chain. 29, client server systems are. Anybody going to take a whack at it? Oh, go ahead, Shirley.
I say it's C.
C, right. Host of hardware run. Yep. Okay. 30, implementing a new MMIS or ERP system. Training considerations include all except. Go ahead, Zachary.
A.
A. Okay. Back to you, Laura.
Products expense to a department upon receipt is not part of an asset inventory. It does not actually exist as a current asset from an accounting perspective. It is blank inventory. Zachary?
Sorry, I forgot to put my hand down, but yeah, unofficial D.
D. If I can get back over here to do that, place is absolutely correct. Thank you. A hospital purchase pacifier. Ooh, here's the pacifier thing again. Good thing we went ahead and calculated all of these methodologies when we were looking before. So this time we're saying that we had $1,200 July 1st at $1 and $500 July 13th at $1.20. Then issued $700 on July 14th. We know we don't care about the $2 each. We know the closing environment on July 14th comes to 1,000 pacifiers. What's the inventory value if we're using average costing? Raise your hands. Let's get somebody on this. Chuck?
I came up with C, 1,059.
1,059. Does anybody want to pick another number? Does everybody like 1,059? That's a good thing. C is the correct answer, 1,059. And we get that by taking our 1,200 made at $1 and our 500 at made at 120 and dividing those totals to come up with a per item cost of $1 and 0.59 cents. So we multiply that by the ending inventory and we come up with $1,059. Yay! Excuse me. The OR manager has reported several items that are stocked in multiple OR rooms are frequently included in the expired product cost report. Shame on those OR people. Which inventory strategy best addresses this concern? Stockless, consolidated, consignment, or just in time? Do we have any OR folks out there that need to raise their hand first? All right, Chuck, go for it.
The consolidation strategy.
Consolidation strategy is correct. Very good. On the healthcare facilities balance sheet, an orthopedic clinic's consumable supply inventory would be considered. Potential liability, potential excess, current asset, or fixed asset. Your hands would just be going up everywhere.
It's Tim. I can answer.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not on camera. I don't want to scare people, so you won't see my hand.
It's okay.
I say C, current asset.
It is a current asset. And if I can get this down, turning these stinking slides. A current asset is something that you expect to use within the year. It's short term. So we assume that all that stuff in the clinic should be used every year. They need to have at least one turnover, right? An exchange cart system is being considered to supply a nursing unit. Which item below is least critical when deciding to use exchange carts? So focus on that least critical one. Nakia, are you answering me in the chat? Let me open my chat back up. He said C. Anybody want to take another guess? Okay, we're going to give it to C. Yay, staffing levels. Make sure we can get that supply exchange cart taken care of. All right, Preston, it's coming back to you. I'll turn you on down while I get you moved.
Okay, we're back to NCX 12 trend. Price, sales catalog, purchase order acknowledged, order / advised. So which order is correct? Anybody got a hand up? Okay, Melvin.
Will be B as a boy.
And if you remember nothing other than 850 and 855 being purchase order, then you can just simply look at it and go, oh, look, those are the only two that are in the correct order. So that's got to be the one. Okay, 37. The carrying cost for departments is normally higher than the main storeroom because anybody gonna put their hand up and go ahead, Chuck.
I'll say A, obsolescence is normally greater in the department.
Correct. Okay, 38. The supply distribution method in which the vendor holds, ships, delivers, and charges expenses directly to the user based upon requests is? Anybody?
Hey, it's Jim. I would say D.
Stockless, we don't pay for it until we've used it. Okay? 39. A system is purchasing $13,000 worth of equipment from a medical equipment company. Freight charges are $200. Terms are 4% discount when at 15 days, net 30, prepay and add. The freight is not discounted. If the healthcare system pays within 10 days, what will the total payment be for the equipment? Anybody? Oh, I see your hand, Chuck.
Well, I have B, 12,480, and as a backup, I have C, depending on if the organization charges freight to that item or puts it as a separate account.
Yeah, but they're still going to have to pay that freight.
Sure, you
so
pay it.
The answer is 12,680. Yeah,
Okay,
so 13% with a 4% discount gives us a $520 discount off of $13,000.
No, I get it.
So that gives us $12,480, and then we add the freight charge of $200, so we get $12,680 is what the check's going to be. Okay. 40. Inventory optimization is critical to control supply chain costs to get the most from your effort, focusing on the items that cost the most. Sorting items into groups based upon the annual dollar value of expense is referred to as? Okay, Chuck.
I have B, ABC analysis.
Correct. And back to you. Your mute's
to
on.
determine the correct classification for each inventory item using ABC analysis, you will need to determine the annual dollar spend for each item. Which formula will be beneficial? I see Bobby has his hand up. Bobby, do you want to answer?
Let's go with A. Also, I had my hand raised for the last question and was trying to turn it off.
Well, you were slow, so you get to answer this one. So you're going to go with A. Would anyone like a different choice? Sean?
I would say D, annual demand times item costs.
I'll go
So
with
we
D
have
also.
A and D, and we have one hand left, Manador.
I'd like to
I would
switch
go
to D.
Okay. We're going to go. Let's see what the answer is. B is the correct answer. Hey, Bobby, I appreciate you being put on the spot, though, and chiming in there. Hey, we got to make this fun a little bit, too.
Absolutely.
It was like phone a friend, you know.
You can't phone a friend during the test, but you can phone a friend here, so. To determine which distribution method is the most effective and most efficient, the method or methods that require more consideration to the firm's distribution abilities and associated costs include. So you have this big group on the right, and then you have this little group on the left. So I'll let you look at that for a minute. And I see Manador's hand's already up. You did your homework, didn't you? So you already have answers. I am so proud of you. You want to tell us what the answer to this one is?
A.
B. B is in boy. Anybody else? Anyone else want to guess? The answer's A. So let's look at this. 1 and 2. We're looking at the distribution methods that are most effective and cost efficient that require more consideration to the firm's distribution abilities and associated cost. So just in time and stockless. So is a random request system a distribution method? And in exchange car systems, that takes a lot of time and energy and electric point of use as part of the MMIS, right? So you kind of offset those two as those were the only two that could be left. And that's where some of the questions are tricky, and you have to be careful and really read them. Okay, perishable inventory valuation normally follows the blank accounting method. And I saw Sean's hand go up as soon as I turned to this page.
I would say FIFO, first in, first out.
Yeah, it's the banana method. You want the first banana in to be the first banana sold. Very good. What may be an advantage of utilizing P cards in procurement? And it's not a definite. It says what may be. And I saw Chuck.
I'll go with B, processing incentives earned, such as cashback rewards.
Anybody want to challenge Chuck on that? Zachary?
I think it's D, because you're talking about things that, like, you might go out and it's hard to standardize or hard to contract for.
Okay. Would that be an advantage or would that be a disadvantage?
Oh, I see.
So we're going to stick with B. If you're getting cashback rewards, that is the advantage of using that. The other ones really would be a disadvantage. The most common inventory valuation used in marketing, which assumes that all inventory is sold at once, follows the blank accounting method. This one's not used in healthcare. It's used in manufacturing. Anybody want to guess? Zachary said E. Saw another E pop up.
C.
It's actually C, average costing, because it's based on all the cost of goods that came in, but they're turned into something else when they're put together to go out the door. So, very good. I'm going to turn it back over to Preston for a moment.
Hey, Laura, I have a question on the P card.
Yes.
That just might be a term that I am unfamiliar with. What is a P card? Oh, so question cards. Jesus, it's right there.
Yeah, that's the purchasing card. No problem. It would be like if your hospital had a American Express or a Visa card that they had like 5 people in the hospital could have in case they needed to go out and do an emergency order.
Fair
and
enough.
it's in the case that you really don't want them buying a lot of stuff off contract there and messing your contracts.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And it may not be a widespread card like a Visa or an American Express. It may simply be the maintenance guys having a Lowe's card. That would also fall under the classification of a P card.
Very good. Thank you.
Or the guys having a cash card. Yeah. Okay. Let's see, where were we? 46. What's the facility's annual calibration cost if it trains, I love this question, 4 staff to perform programs on these conditions? The training consumes 20% of their time. The salaries for the staff are $25,000, $27,500, $26,000, and $30,000 each. HR benefits for 25%, and they have to have a quarterly refresh training, cost $250 per person. Okay, Chuck, you got your hands up.
I'm gonna go with C, $31,125.
Correct. And this is a C on the test, and it's detailed. You're gonna have some time to figure out what the stories are. Take 50% of that, would be $21,700. Then add 25% benefits, which would be another $5,425, and then add. This is the one that people mess up the most. Is it's a quarterly refresher, which is $250 per person. So a lot of people will add 1,000, but what they don't do is that there's 4 people, so it becomes 4,000, and so it becomes 31,285. If you saw, we've always had a lot of people that answered B as well, because if you only took that for one person for 1 year, and that's the number you will get, it will throw you on there. It'll put a number that could be right if you did the math incompletely. So you have to read the questions very carefully. 47. While at work, you see Bernice, your church's choir director. She tells you that Marty, the church pianist, was just admitted with a possible heart attack. Bernice is going to sit in the waiting room with Marty's wife and ask you to initiate the prayer line. You should. Which choice are you going to choose? Okay, I guess I see Chuck's hands first.
A, tell Bernice that you cannot join her prayer group due to the need to protect Marty's PHI.
Correct. Okay, 48. Which of the following freight terms is the most favorable to a FOB shipping point, FOB destination prepay and add, FOB destination, or FOB shipping point freight allowed? Okay, Nakia. C. I always forget that she chats, so then I got to look down there at the last second. C, FOB destination, which is correct. Okay, 49. Hospital ABC receives the bulk of its food distribution. Several complaints have been coming in about solution bags leaking in the unit. Which step below is the lowest priority? Okay, back to Nikki again. Or hands up the previous question. Okay. Anybody else? Oh, she says A. Which is the lowest priority? See, there's our kicker. Anybody else?
Okay, B, request a refund for defective product.
I would agree with Chuck at B.
Right. A, C, and D should be initiated first, and then you get your refund later. Okay, 50. Disadvantages of using a point-of-use system include all the following except. Anybody? Tiffany. Oh, B. A. It's a disadvantage is not a possible reduction in your overall inventory. That would be an advantage. The disadvantage would be the implementation cost. The disadvantage would be the nursing perception could be. Non-compliant clinical staff is definitely a disadvantage, and the maintenance cost is a disadvantage, but the reduction in overall inventory is an advantage. Okay, 51, and back to you.
A key to purchasing decision making is evaluating total delivered costs. What is the choices below is not part of the total cost. So we're looking for something that doesn't belong, something that's not part of it. And Sean raised his hand.
Though I don't necessarily agree 100%, D, labor of receiving and delivery. Oh.
The cost to substitute.
Okay.
So, Sean, you're not actually on the beach somewhere. You're in an office. Your background was alluding that you're in the beach, and then I hear your office line ring. Sorry.
No beach here.
When developing a departmental strategic plan, the manager will want to use the departmental framework consisting of vision, mission, and guiding principles. These should, 1, align closely with the organization, never change. B, align closely with and evolve to meet the needs of the organization. C, align closely with the organization and only change if the facility undergoes an acquisition or merger. D, align closely with the organization and key suppliers. Or E, be independent of the organization. So one of those is obviously very correct. Manador, which one is it?
C.
Anybody else want to give a try?
I'll go B.
Go B. We have to align closely but evolve to meet the needs of the organization. Good try, though, guys. Okay. All of the following might impact inventory turns except. Which one of those might not, if any? Bobby Stone, I see your hand up first.
Vendor representation, A.
I support.
Anything else in there that might impact inventory turns? Nakia? Nakia says, G, all of these impact turns. The answer's going to be vendor representation, though. I wanted G to be the right answer, too. Which of the inventory turn rates below would be considered above or below benchmark? Now, every hospital system is different.
B, surgical services at 7.5.
Anybody else want to take a stab anywhere else? E, special supply. Central Supply benchmark turn rate is 15 to 18, so 9.3 is a little below what they should be doing.
Laura, I have a question on that one. Is there a reference in the book as to where we would see the benchmark rates?
So I think we actually Googled these when we put this on the slide. I don't think those are in the book.
Okay.
I'll have to look back for reference at one point when we did that. You know,
is this likely a test question?
There's a lot on the test questions about real life, and this is real life. So if you know what normal ranges are, you should be able to hit something that's out of the ranges.
Okay.
I know we really point you to the guidebook a lot. I felt like the guidebook really helped me, but it's just a quick overview of everything. You have to
that's
do
why
that.
I thought surgical services at 7.5 is a little bit too low because that should be turning faster, in my opinion.
Yeah. Hopefully. Okay. Value analysis has determined physician A has the highest cost per procedure versus her peers. She uses a unique brand of trocars. What can you do to help reduce costs? You help negotiate better pricing for hers. Review PPI with the management, show the cost difference physician, or all the above. And I see Susan has her hands up first.
D.
All the above. Perfect. Thank you, dear. And now I'm going to turn it back over to Preston. Starting 56, we are halfway through the exam.
Okay, so which of the following is not a stage in the process improvement cycle? Define, negotiate, control, or improve. Anybody want to guess? They'll answer.
I'll go with B, negotiate.
I second that.
I don't know why this is not working. Wait. Correct. Okay. 57, employing and maintaining sound inventory practice is very closely related to improved results, improved blank results. Is it customer service, inventory maintenance, skill level of staff, goal achievement, none of the above, or all of the above?
I'd go with A, customer service.
A, customer service. Okay, 58, receiver B has noted shipped on purchase order for 5 cases. The vendors issued an RGA. What's the minimum information required for the RGA? Anybody?
I'll go with D, A, and
Go
B.
ahead, Chuck.
I'll say D, A, and B.
It's just B. It's just the purchase order information to offset billing invoices. If it was A, if it's your distributor, why would you pay shipping? You should pick it up. C is wrong because you already have more than you want. Since C is wrong, E is also eliminated. Okay? Okay, 59. NIS can be calculated by and of course, I hope you all remember what NIS is. Anybody want to take a crack at it?
I'd say C. Number of items requested, not filled, total.
C, correct. And for question 6, what? Okay. 6 purchasing tasks include procurement, vendor control, process management, internal resource and value analysis? Is it A, 2, 3, 4, and 5, B, 1, 3, and 4, C, 1, 2, 3, and 4, or D, all of the above? Okay.
D.
D. All of the above. Okay, back to you, Laura.
All right. Which of the following is not an important element of the OR needs assessment? History of your OR space and storage requirements, OR wants versus needs. What specialties does your hospital offer? Matching products, supplies, and equipment with your OR specialties. Key consumers and influencers. So which of the following is not? So which one or two of those are not important? I see Nakia has her hand up, sorry. And she put B. OR space and storage requirements. Anybody else want to guess on this one? Preston talked about it when he went through his talk. The thing that we're not as worried about is the OR needs versus wants. They want a lot, so we have to help steer them to what they need. Okay, going on to question 62. It is important to understand the nature of goals as well as the process of establishing goals. Which of the following is not a definition of a goal? General statement of overall conditions, general statement of anticipated outcomes, specific objectives that relate to specific time periods, broad statements of ideal future conditions. So which of those is not a definition of a goal? Chuck?
I want to go with A, general statement of overall conditions.
It looks like that's in the text, and it looks like that's the right answer. Yay! The Global Data Synchronization Network, GDSN, is. Now, I'm not going to read all those for the sake of time. You guys raise your hand when you're ready to answer. Do, 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 do. Sean?
I'm going to say C, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
All right. It's
C.
1, 3, and 4. 2 is wrong because it's not only. And then 5 is wrong because it contains no pricing. But kudos to you for guessing. Okay, 64. An unconscionable contract is unfair, one-sided, unreasonable, or contains many defects. Under the UCC, a court may decide to declare a contract illegal, refuse to enforce, strike out certain clauses, apply terms, or apply limits on certain clauses. What can the UCC do to that? Bobby?
I would go with 2. Nope. A. 2, 3,
with
4.
A? Okay. Anybody else? Sean, you have a different thought?
I agree with A.
Okay. All right. Going twice. It's A. It cannot declare it illegal. I remember from our conversation, it's a badly written contract, but it's not illegal. Okay. The most common internet protocols are all except. And we're looking for internet protocols here. Bobby?
That'd be SMS.
Perfect. Because what does SMS do? It's a short messenger system. It doesn't do the internet protocol. Okay. Back to you, Preston.
I was on mute there. Okay, for the inter-party or government to bring action under the Robertson-Patman Act, sales must involve all the following except. So which of those 9 items is the except? Anybody? Anybody? Okay, well, I don't see a hand.
I'll guess it's D5.
5.
This is one where you said you don't get knocked against
must be in. Correct. Because in order for federal law, it has to go between 2 states. Correct.
So, Preston, if we can back up to that question. Preston, yeah, let's back up one more time. So if you'll notice here, this is a little test-taking skill. There's 9 things listed there, and you feel like you have to read all those 9 things. You're very limited in the test time for this, but really you only have 4 distractors on the left. So you really only need to take time to read 1, 5, 7, and 9, because the other ones may be listed for extraneous information. They're not going to go anywhere as far as you answering the exam. Make sense? So make sure you just kind of clue into those type of scenarios when you're going through the test so you can speed through the test a little bit faster, but while thoroughly reading what you need to read. Okay, sorry to butt in there.
No, good point. 67. The hospital began the year with $68 worth of one-size catheters. They bought $120 each, and every month except for December when they bought $40. At the end of the year, they had $84 in their ship. What is their turn rate? I hope you all did your math. Anybody want to get it? Okay, well, since we have 45 minutes left, and we're at 6-7, let's go ahead and move on to the answer. The answer is D, 18.3. We started with 68. We bought $1,320 for 11 months and another $40 in December. So we had a year-end of 84, so we take plus 1320 plus means we have a total of 1428, and we divide it by the $84 that we have here. That gives us a 17 for the turn rate.
Your answer doesn't match the key.
Yeah, you're correct. I was going 17, and I looked up above and saw 18.3, and I went, no, 17 was D. So if you have D right, you got it right. Regardless, 17 is the answer, but it should be D. Another error I need to fix. I am truly sorry. 68. Official inventory is defined as on the balance sheet, expensed when issued, expensed when received, purchased and expensed when used. Which one of the answers? Anybody? Okay, Bobby.
I'm just going to go with D. 1 or 2.
Correct. 69. Value added describes the enhancements vendors offer in addition to the actual product. Which of these are value adds? Bobby, is your hand still up, or is it up again?
It's up again, and I'd go with E, all the above.
I say the same, E, all of the above.
Okay. Okay, 70. When conducting a cost analysis, you must include all the costs except purchase price, delivery costs, staffing when FTEs are reduced, extra costs for other products, when switching manufacturers, concept nursing, using a new product. Anybody?
C, staffing when FTEs is reduced.
Nope, it's time saved in a new product and using a new product.
So, and the rationale behind that is that normally your nurses aren't going to go home if you save them 5 minutes. They're just going to repurpose that time, so it's really hard to calculate into your savings model. Now, if you were having substantial reduction of time and they could take on new tasks, then you could make that happen. But again, it's really hard to make that happen to get it approved.
Okay.
All right.
71.
The percentage of back orders varies from the NIS in that the percentage back orders reflects only the percentage of requisition items on MBO. NIS reflects only the percentage of items on MBO. MBO and distribution stockouts are included in both calculations, with NIS multiplying the difference. And lastly, NIS includes MBO stockouts and failures to order appropriate safety stock. How does this vary? Back orders to NIS. Somebody want to raise their hand? I need to see a hand. Manador?
A.
A. Sean, do you agree?
No, I was going to say D.
So we have A and we have D. And the answer is A. Percentage of back orders reflects only the percentage of requisition items on MBO. ABC Hospital uses isolation gowns. Its cost per order is $100. The carrying cost is $10 per unit per year. The hospital has annual demand for 20,000 gowns. Calculate the EOQ, number of orders, and the annual ordering cost. And I'm going to let you guys, if you've not done your math ahead of time, just let me know. But if anybody has done their math ahead of time and wants to give me a guess, raise their hand. I mean, I know your MMI systems could do this for you in a heartbeat, but for the sake of time, it doesn't look like anybody's going to guess. So we're going to go to show you the calculation. The answer is C. You're going to have, they should place 32 gowns of orders for 632 gowns each per year, and the total annual ordering cost is $320. Of course, this was pre-COVID made up too. So this gives you a good example when you go back and start doing some of your studies. You can pull the slides and you will get this deck with the answers on them for you to go back through to have those as practice too. And if you have questions about anything I can help you with, feel free to reach out to me. The FIFO, all that I have down good. If you need help with this problem, Preston's your man to call. Either way, we'll help you. One of us will get you some help if we can't answer it for you. Okay.
Laura, I have a question there. On the deck that has the answers, are we going to update the deck before it's sent out, so we're not confused on a couple of them that we've had questions on, with items not matching?
Preston, will we have time to get that out to them, the updates?
Hey, this is Melissa. I'm doing the updates for you. So
Okay.
That's what
Perfect. So yes, Bobby, you should get those.
Thank you all.
All right. And if you have any questions, you have our contact information. Okay. Some important considerations in determining when and how much stock to order are all of these except quantity, fill rate, lead time, stock, safety stock. Anybody want to guess? The answer is fill rate. Hopefully you're going to assume that those are going to be good and you're going to move on. Central Supply issues an average of 83,333 supplies every month. Beginning inventory was 90,000 and ending inventory was 100,000. What is the annual turn rate for Central Supply? I think we already did one of these calculations with Preston when he went through. Got an answer of D for 10.5. Anyone else want to take a guess? I've lost the question in here. So sorry. There we go. And the correct answer is D. So you're going to give that. The turn rate is going to equal the dollar amount issues divided by beginning inventory plus the end inventory, and that divided by 2. So that comes up to 10.5. A procedure generates $800 of revenue, patient charge. The equipment costs $100,000. Each case has $250 worth of disposables and $150 of labor. The hospital exceeds 120 procedures per year. What is the break-even point and ROI? You guys are sitting back looking relaxed now, so you didn't get this far in doing your math, did you? We're going to go ahead and go to the next one and show you. So 250 cases is your break-even point, and you need to do your ROI will start in 25 months. So BEP, or break-even point, is calculated by the fixed cost divided by the price minus the variable cost. And you can see that calculated on the upper right-hand side as it goes down to 100,000 divided by 400, and then your 250 procedures. So you're doing 110 procedures per year or 10 per month, so that would put you at 25 months. Any questions about the calculations or how to get there? Okay. I'm going to turn it over to you, Preston.
Okay. NFPA is an abbreviation for
C, National Fire Protection.
correct. 77. How many GLNs would a hospital have that use centralized delivery system?
One.
A. 1. A. Correct. I saw the answer down below. Thank you, Benjamin. 77. How many? Oops. We already did. 78. Which of these databases, which are the two most critical when implementing a new MMIS? The G10, the Item Master Requisition Templates, the GLN, Vendor Master, or Usage History?
C, 2 and 5.
I support.
Correct. 79, the benefits of web-based purchasing over EDI include all the following except anybody?
I would say A, double key order.
The answer is double key. Okay. 80, when implementing a new MMIS, which one is least likely to be populated with data? A, the item master and reorder points, B, the vendor master, C, GL information, D, requisition templates, or E, usage history?
E, usage history.
Correct. 81. Oh, I guess that means it's your turn. Get carried away.
ABC Hospital does an average of 48 shoulders per month. Custom packs are delivered directly from the manufacturer and have an average of 3-week lead time. Safety stock is set at 36 to prevent stockouts. What is the lead stock quantity and min-max supply level? All right, some of you folks out there that do this all day long, give me an answer. Raise your hand. Participate. Guess. If we were in the room, I would pass out white chocolate for guesses. Okay, I see a hand. Manador?
C.
C? Sean, you had your hand up too. What's your guess?
C as in cat.
C as in cat. C is the correct answer. Good. So your safety stock lead time is 36, the 36 is 72, and your safety stock lead stock and order time is 108. Way to go, guys. That's awesome. A balance sheet tells about the financial health, compares the company's current position of past, shows the profit loss, is calculated by subtracting the cash payments from the cash receipts. Sean?
Sorry, I left my hand up by accident. I would say A tells about the financial health.
Anybody else want a different answer? Well, I can think bigger, but where am I going?
I was going to go B on that one.
We're going back in time.
I know. I'm sorry. It's forcing me to use my tiny little up-down arrow, and it's giving me a hard time. So B, it shows the current. It's a snapshot. That's the way I always look at a balance sheet. It's just a snapshot. It's a picture of today versus the past. So, okay, 83. Hazardous waste is classified as any of the following except. Which one of those is not a hazardous waste?
I'd say B.
That's smart.
Municipal. That's what you put. That's what my dog was barking at. They were picking up outside a little bit earlier. Okay. 40 line items are counted with. I'm so sorry. I've done something to my screen and it's so little. I mean, so big I can't see all the words. Trying to get it to reset. I'm going to try. A book value of $10,000. 2 items are found to be over. 4 items are found to for a net variance of a negative 800. What is the inventory accuracy rate? Inventory accuracy rate. Looks like Benjamin put B.
I second that, B, 92%.
Okay. And Nakia put C. So let's see what the answer is. It is B. book value is the dollar value adjusted divided by the dollar value of the book value occurs. So 80,000 minus the 8 divided by the, or 10,000 minus the 8 divided by the 10,000. So there you go. 85. The detail section of the 850 EDI file, all of these fields except. Which one is not included in an 850 EDI? You need the buyers out there that knows what's going on. Going to answer this question. Benjamin put a question mark. And then
I would say A item description on 850.
And you guys would be correct. A item description. Usually they just go by those codes, right? All right, Preston, it's back to you. Unmute. You're on mute, Preston.
No, it's still not working.
There you go.
Preston, you're still muted.
Okay, I don't know why I keep. Yeah, well, I unmuted once again. It's muting me as fast as I can unmute for some reason. Purchase orders are offers to purchase specific quantities of goods or services for delivery at specific times. A PO can be contractually buying if it is, and which is our answer.
All of the above.
Anybody?
I say E, all of the above.
All of the above. 87. Accounting's goal is to record revenue and expenses in the period that they occurred. If a product is received at the end of a period, the cost of these items are recorded as assets to be used or expensed in future periods. The costs are said to be anybody?
I'm going to say E, question mark.
I'm going to say D, capitalized.
Correct. That's what capital. Take expenses and make them assets. 88. Bulk purchasing is when you use the economy of scale, thus paying a lower price per unit of purchase by purchasing larger quantities. The downsides to bulk buys are all the above or all the below, except which one is not a downside?
B, savings.
B, savings. Correct. 89. In total quality management, which is not a component of every process. Processing, input, variation, or output.
Variation.
How good are you on TQM? Correct. Variation. Variation is not a component of a process. Assets are usually recorded on the balance sheet at which amount? Cost, current market value, or future market value?
A, cost.
Correct. 91, and to you.
Obligations shown on the balance sheet are referred to as, yes, Jeff?
Liabilities, B.
Liabilities. All right. When a cell is designated FOB shipping point, who owns the merchandise while it is in transit? FOB shipping point. Bobby?
C, the seller.
The purchaser. So FOB shipping point means it's free to the hospital. This is the one that's most advantageous for the hospital. So everything belongs to the seller until it actually gets to the dock. And the hospital doesn't have to pay for shipping. Okay? What?
No, FOB shipping is where.
Did I mess it up?
That's where it's the worst for us, the best for them.
Okay, I'm sorry. So
FOB hospital is the best.
You are so right. So let me look here. Who owns the merchandise while it is in transit? The purchaser. Yeah, B. I don't know why I read that's the salespeople, but you're right. The purchaser. FOB shipping point indicates the purchaser assumes ownership and will be paying. Sorry about that. We've been sitting here too long. Okay. What practice is outlined by the Robinson-Patman Act?
B, price fixing.
Anybody else? I see C pop up in the comments for price discrimination, and price discrimination is the correct answer. Central receiving effectiveness and efficiency can be measured by which of the three indicators? I'm not going to read all those. You still have your hand up, Sean, from the last one? Are you ready for this one?
Still had it from the last one, but I can go ahead and take a guess as C, receipt time, delivery issues.
Okay, Sean's going to guess C. Anybody else want to guess? And I see D in the comments and an A. Nobody's picked B. B's going to feel left out. It's D. That's just per FTE, time to receive and deliver. And a hospital acquires a lab analyzer with a 5-year lifespan. The system was purchased for $250,000. What will be the value of this system 3 years later using straight line appreciation?
C, 100,000.
I see a C that popped up, and then I had a D that popped up down there. So let's look. It's going to be C, $100,000. Straight line depreciation systems assume the value in a fixture of a year. It's calculated by dividing the acquisition cost by the useful life. So this one was 5 years. So $250,000 purchase price divided by 5 equals $50,000 per year. So at the end of 3 years, you have $150,000 of it used and $100,000 of depreciation left on the books. Okay, 96, back to you, Preston.
Okay. Which method of calculating inventory value would most closely approximate the current cost of the actual inventory?
Would it be D?
Anybody?
D, weighted average?
D, weighted average. Correct. Okay, 97. Which of the following is a proviso of the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002? I'm not going to read those. Anybody got an answer? Nobody?
D.
Actually, it's B. The company's management must cooperate with auditors to create internal controls. Okay? 98. This reports the revenue and expense for a period of time, such as a year or month. Is it a balance sheet, a statement of retained earnings, an income statement, or a statement of cash flows?
Balance sheet. A.
Anybody else?
I'm going to say C.
I see a C down below, too. C, income statement. Income statement shows revenue and expenses for a period of time. Okay? 99, 11 to go. What are the 4 major tasks performed by an information system? Any thoughts? Oh, Bobby.
I'm taking a stab at this one and going with B.
I'm going to vote for A.
I'm going to go with A, input, transformation, output, and storage.
I go with A too.
Okay. And I see Bill Thomas wrote A as well. And the answer is A. And that leads us to question 100. Under the accrual basis for accounting, revenue is reported in the accounting period when the cash received, product or service ordered, product or service delivered, or product or service delivered.
I'm going to say B, product or services ordered.
Okay, Bob.
I second that.
I third that.
Oh.
It's delivered. Yep. Okay. 101. Laura?
Okay, a leveraged company is one that depends on debt, has more equity, or depends on government funding.
A, depends on debt.
And I see a A that come up on the comments, so good to go. 102, resources owned by a company and used within 1 year are reported on the balance sheet as current asset, current liability, fixed asset, long-term liability. Brenda put an A down here as current asset. Anybody want to dispute that?
I'll agree with A.
I concur.
Very good. Yay, Brenda. In which form of benchmarking does business apply the best practices of one department to another? Competitive, internal, strategic, or process? Don't overcomplicate this one.
B, internal benchmarking.
Internal benchmarking. Very good. Very good. 104. Which of the following is a major benefit for ERP system?
I'm going to say B, data is centralized.
Want to guess?
I second B, data is centralized.
And Nakia said B in the chat, and that is absolutely the correct answer. Yay, you all are doing so well. What is the most common reason for adopting a total quality management system? To improve customer service, to decrease delivery time, to increase employee buy-in, or to reduce delivery expenses? Total quality management system. What are you trying to do?
Improve customer satisfaction.
Anybody want to dispute that? All right, we're going on. All right, Preston, take us to the finish line.
Okay. 106. Accounting equation is referred as Assets equals liability minus equity. Assets plus equity equals liabilities. Assets plus liabilities equity, or assets equals liabilities and equity. Which of our choices?
A is my guess.
Anybody else? Oh, I see a D chat window. Assets equals liabilities plus equity. 107. Which of the following is a logistics function in an MIS? Production planning, inventory management, cost control, or quality control?
The inventory management.
Correct. Inventory management is a logistic function. Then we have a whole lot more for you to read. Okay, 108. When developing a capital budget, which is the most important factor? Anybody?
CFO's approval.
C, requests from the profit centers. Requests from the revenue centers are the most important. Capital budget plan is to acquire the operating funds. 109, a SWOT analysis, a common method to evaluate the supply base. Which group of terms directly describe the acronym? Superior winning opportunity and threshold, standards working ongoing and to do, strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, or start working ongoing temporarily.
C.
Yep, and I see that in the chat window as well. Thank you. Okay, last question. 110. Timeframes are important to the implementation of strategic and operational goals. In general, short-range strategic goals cover which timeframes? 3 to 5 years, under 6 months, 3 to 6, or 3 months or less, or 1 to 2 years in duration. What is a short-range strategic goal?
1 to 2 year.
D.
Anybody else? One to 2 years in duration. B. And with that, you should now be able to get certified. Any questions, comments, concerns?
I want to take a moment just to share that we've gone through 110 questions in 120 minutes, well, a little bit less than 120 minutes during this call, with dialogue. So this should prove to you that you can sit in a tiny little office all by yourself and do 110 questions in the 120 minutes that's given. Some of the key elements to passing this test is just making sure that you manage your time throughout the exam. If you know the answer right away, go ahead and answer it and move on. If you see a lot of words on a page and it gets you frustrated and you can't quite concentrate on it, just mark it and come back to it. You can toggle back and forth through the exam as many times as you need to. The Site Center should give you a piece of paper and a pencil. When I took mine, I just went ahead and wrote down the numbers of the ones that I needed to go back to, or numbers of things that I guessed at, but I thought I needed to go back and review. And as you go through the examination, other questions may actually, trigger that little memory that you had that will help you answer that question you were not 100% sure about on the backside. Having a good night's sleep before you take the test is very important. Making sure you're comfortable and relaxed as much as possible is very important. Trying to think what else I can tell you. There are more AHRMM resources out there available for you. There's some practice tests that Shana has noted in the chat for you. that's beyond what we put together here just to kind of get you started. Those are much more detailed. There's different chapters that you can go in and visit and get more detailed information than you do just during this overview workshop. And Preston and I both seriously stand available to help you in any way that we can. This has been a passion of ours for many years now, and we love to see people get certified, so we're here to help you.
Oh, and, if you, being an older man, I have a tendency to need bathroom break more often. So you can, you get up and get excused from the room to go do that, but you won't get extra time. So you still only have the 2 hours. So just another note.
Hey, Laura, Preston, kind of a silly question, but you mentioned one piece of scratch paper. Like, is that all you get, or do you get multiple? I know that you get a calculator that they provide, right?
I think when I went into the center, I had like 2 sheets of typing paper.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear both of you were talking.
Sorry, go ahead, Preston.
When I went in, they said when I finished with the first one to go to the proctor, they would give me a second.
And then when I went in, they just gave me 2 pieces of like blank typing paper and a pencil and a calculator. Now, we have heard from some of the people that took the test that they weren't given a calculator. So be brave and ask them for a calculator, because some of this you're going to need a calculator for. But they will not let you take anything into the test room. If you take a jacket, they're going to pull all the pockets out and make sure you don't have anything in it. Don't carry a purse. You'll need your ID, but I don't know that they're going to let you take much more in than that. No smartphones allowed.
When I took mine, they had little lockers and they'd give you a key to locker 14, and you were expected to put all your stuff in locker 14, and then you could take the key into the room with you, but that was about it.
And link this
I apologize, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jim.
From reading on, I think it was the PSA or PST website, it looks like test sites are primarily located at H&R blocks.
Yes.
Did you take your test there, or has anyone in the group taken their tests anywhere other than H&R? And can anyone speak to like whether H&R was actually comfortable? My H&R is by appointment only because of COVID, and I have no idea how that's going to work with letting someone like me in to sit for this test.
So I took mine in H&R block. It was prior to COVID, obviously. And they took me to the back of H&R block, and it was actually a closet that they had converted, and had not even a table. It just had a board made into a table and a PC sitting on it. And they kind of locked me in that closet, and I did the test. That was the thing. You're in there by yourself. There's a camera on the computer watching you and running, and it will take your picture when you go in to start the exam, and that will be your photograph on your CMRP successful original paperwork. I wore a Hard Rock Cafe t-shirt. I was getting ready to go on vacation, and that's what my arm picture is. But, yeah, you're just stuck in that little room all by yourself. And I've had a couple of people that have taken the exam since July. So you just have to call the centers in your area to see if they're open and available. I went in to mine because I like to get things early in the morning. I just went for the first morning thing. I was the first one in there to do it and left. But you're socially distancing once you're taking that exam because you're in that little room all by yourself.
Yeah. So the exam itself is all computer-based.
Mm-hmm.
You had mentioned about making notes on the questions that you've skipped or that you were uncertain of.
Mm-hmm.
So you can go back to any of the questions and change your answers, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So just a quick thing. I actually administered a test for a bunch of staff, and there's actually a little bookmark feature that you can actually click on the screen and let you skip back and forth between questions you want to go back to. So it's really handy rather than having to click through all of them. And you can do that pretty easily. And then there's a clock on screen, but you can hide that if you don't want to watch it tick down. But time management is an issue.
And if time management's an issue and you have 10 minutes left and you have 30 questions left, just start going through it and marking answers. You don't get discredited for wrong answers until you hit the number. But if you don't fill something in, it's automatically going to be wrong, That old college try. Mark C, if you don't know, you might get a couple of them right. So we don't want you submitting it in blank. Do your best. There are a lot of short questions, so the time management works out with the longer ones and with the amount of calculations that you have to do. And I actually I'm a nurse by background, so I had taken LPN boards and taken RN board, but I thought this exam was much, much harder. But I hadn't gone to formal school to take this exam. I'd only been working, like I said, in value analysis and with MMIS for 3 years when I set the exam. So I had a lot of stuff to learn and catch up on the other places. I knew sterile processing and trash and stuff because I was the OR director, but I didn't know these other things. So
another thing to think about that I know affected a lot of folks that took it in my organization is the way your organization is organized and set up may be different than the terms that CMRP uses. For example, purchasing might be divided into different sections, whereas CMRP speaks of it as all of those things, whereas some of those functions might be delegated to different departments within supply chain. So just be aware of that and make sure you understand the difference between how your organization talks about and uses terms versus the way CMRP does.
Definitely.
I have a question on the self-examination, self-assessment. Has anybody taken it, and does it actually feel like you're taking the exam? I took it once. I took the exam once and didn't do so hot, so that's why I took this review. So I was curious if.
Yeah. It's quite good, and every question pretty much has a validation, kind of like this. It was very much like this, but the format is identical to how the test's going to be. All questions are multiple choice. There are 4 multiple choice answers. It's very comparable to what the test actually looks like.
Thank you.
And Shana can give you more information about that. If you need it, just reach out to her at AHRMM or Melissa, and they'll help you with that.
When should we expect to get this sheet or the answer key or whatever that you guys did today?
So as soon as Melissa fixes a couple of corrections. Are you there, Melissa?
Yeah, I'll get it out either today or tomorrow at the latest. Probably tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Okay, great. And we want to wish you all the best of luck. Please email us and let us know how you did. It's kind of like the emergency room patient. You work on it, and then leave and you never know if they got better. So let us know when you pass so we can celebrate with you.
Thank you. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you,
Laura. Thank you, and good luck to everybody.
Thank you, Preston and Laura, for leading us today, and thank you everyone for joining us.
Hey, for anyone
Go ahead.
For anyone on the line, when do you plan on sitting for your test?
This is BJ. I'm taking it on Monday, the 9th.
This is Sean. I have mine scheduled for the 14th.
Sure. So the information will be fresh in your mind going into the test.
That's why I scheduled it, so it'd be really fresh in my mind, and I'm just going to study up until then and go from there.
Gotcha. Well, good luck.
People on the chat window and the date scheduled for the Leah's schedule. Thomas, before Thanksgiving, and so good luck.
Thanks, Preston. Good luck, everyone.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Here, everyone. Goodbye.
Okay.
Nice, Bobby, before Christmas.
Thank you all again. This was a great experience, and thank you for all your help today. You guys have a great one.
Thank you. I'll be emailing a survey
You
as
too.
well, so let us
You think-
know how it goes.
Very good.
Okay, I thought that went really well.
Yeah, I think Laura jumped off already.
Oh no. Well, it did go really well.
Okay.
You both did a great job, and you got through all the questions, which was amazing. What did you think?
Yeah, I had to do the speed up thing in my sections, but you know, in the first presentation, yeah, when she took an hour to go to the first section, I'm like, okay, great, we have 4 sections to go in 45 minutes, but you know, I hope it worked.
You know, we didn't really talk about it too much prior to, so, you know, now we know for next time that, you know, we need to talk about it, you know, to like keep that in mind, you know.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, well, thank you all.
Thanks, Preston.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.
No problem.
Bye.
Bye.
Can I call you on Teams?
Mm-hmm.